shouldn't have been there. That's the first thing I tell anyone when this story comes up, which isn't often. It was 3 years ago, during a summer where the heat seemed to bake the common sense right out of my skull. I was 24, working a dead-end job in property photography, and I developed a side hobby that I now realize was incredibly stupid: urban exploration. I liked the quiet of dead places. I liked the way dust looked in a camera lens when it was caught in a stray beam of sunlight. The house was located at the end of a gravel road that the GPS didn't even recognize. It was a massive, Victorian-style carcass sitting on about 40 acres of overgrown woodland in upstate New York. Locally, it was known as the Holloway Place. The rumors were standard. Owners walked out one day and never came back, leaving the dinner table set. I didn't believe in ghosts, but I did believe in the eerie beauty of a home frozen in time. I arrived at 6:00 p.m., thinking I'd have at least 2 hours of golden hour light to get my shots before heading to a motel. My first mistake was the car. The gravel road was washed out about half a mile from the house. Instead of turning around, I parked my sedan on the shoulder and decided to hike the rest of the way with my gear. I was alone. My phone battery was at 40%, and I hadn't told anyone exactly which abandoned spot I was hitting that day. I crossed the threshold of the front door at 6:30 p.m. The air inside was thick, smelling of wet paper, and a strange metallic sweetness that I couldn't quite place. Everything was silent, and I mean truly silent. In the city, silence is a layer of white noise, but out here, it was a physical weight. I spent the first hour snapping photos of the grand staircase and the peeling floral wallpaper in the parlor. But as the sun began to dip below the tree line, the atmosphere shifted. It wasn't a sound, not yet. It was a feeling of being watched, that prickle on the back of your neck that tells you your privacy has been revoked. I stood in the middle of the kitchen, looking at a rusted kettle on the stove, and realized the woods outside had gone completely quiet. No crickets, no birds, just me. And then from the floor directly above me, I heard it, a single heavy thud. I froze. My heart didn't just speed up, it slammed against my ribs like a trapped animal. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears began to ring. It's just a floorboard settling, I told myself. The house is cooling down after a hot day. It was a logical explanation. Old houses groan, they sigh, they shift under their own weight. I forced a laugh, a dry, pathetic sound that died instantly in the heavy air. I decided to pack up. The light was failing fast, and the shadows in the corners of the rooms were stretching out, turning into long, jagged fingers. I reached for my camera bag, but as I bent over, I noticed something I hadn't seen when I walked in. On the dusty linoleum floor of the kitchen, there were tracks. Not my tracks. I was wearing heavy hiking boots with a distinct lug pattern. These were barefoot prints. They weren't dusty either. They were faint, damp smudges, as if someone had recently stepped out of a puddle and walked toward the pantry. My brain scrambled to make sense of it. Maybe there was a leak. I looked at the ceiling, bone dry, maybe a squatter, but the prints were small, almost delicate, and they led into a pantry that had no other exit. I stared at the closed pantry door. My pulse was a frantic rhythm in my throat. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself that the dampness was just some old chemical or oil seeping through the floor. I took 2 steps toward the pantry, my hand trembling as I reached for the knob, desperate to prove to myself that the room was empty. Just as my fingers brushed the cold metal, a sound erupted from the hallway behind me. It wasn't a thud this time. It was the distinct, rhythmic asterisk click-clack of something hard hitting the hardwood floor. It sounded like marbles being dropped, one by one in a slow, deliberate sequence. Click, clack, click. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting a frantic arc through the darkness. The hallway was empty, but the marbles, or whatever they were sitting right there in the center of the hall. 3 small, white stones, perfectly white and polished, arranged in a neat triangle. They hadn't been there 5 minutes ago. I knew they hadn't. I had walked that exact path to get to the kitchen. The logic in my mind didn't just crack, it shattered. There was no settling that could explain 3 stones appearing in a geometric pattern in a house that was supposed to be empty. The silence returned, but it was different now. It was expectant. It felt like the house was holding its breath, waiting for me to realize that I wasn't the hunter of images I thought I was. I was the guest, and the host was finally making its presence known. I didn't open the pantry. I didn't take another photo. I grabbed my bag, the strap tangled around my arm, and I moved. I didn't run yet. Running triggers a predatory response, or so I'd read, but I walked fast. My flashlight beam was shaking so much it was hard to see the floor. I reached the foyer, my eyes locked on the front door, the beautiful carved oak exit that represented safety. I was 10 feet away when the front door, which I had left wide open to let in the breeze, slammed shut. It didn't drift. It didn't catch a gust of wind. It slammed with such violence that the glass panes in the sidelights rattled in their frames. I stopped dead. The air in the foyer felt 10 degrees colder. I stood there in the dark, my flashlight beam hitting the door, and that's when I heard the footsteps. They weren't upstairs anymore. They were right behind me, in the kitchen I had just vacated. They weren't the heavy boots of a squatter or the light steps of a child. They were heavy, wet, and dragging. Slap, drag, slap, drag. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every instinct I had, every primal circuit in my brain was screaming at me to get out. I lunged for the door, my hand grabbing the knob. It wouldn't turn. It wasn't locked. There was no lock on the inside, just an old-fashioned deadbolt that was clearly disengaged. It just wouldn't budge, as if someone, or something, was holding it shut from the other side with impossible strength. The dragging sound stopped right at the entrance to the foyer, just out of the reach of my flashlight's peripheral glow. "I'm leaving," I croaked. My voice sounded small, like a child's. "I'm sorry, I'm leaving right now." I waited for a response, a threat, a demand, a laugh, anything. Instead, a voice came from the darkness behind me. It was flat, devoid of any emotion, and it sounded like it was being spoken through a mouthful of water. "You forgot to take the picture," it said. I didn't wait for a second sentence. I threw my entire body weight against the door. Something gave, a crack of wood, a hiss of air, and I tumbled out onto the porch. I didn't look back. I sprinted down the stairs, my boots skidding on the overgrown gravel. I ran through the woods, branches tearing at my clothes and face, the beam of my flashlight dancing wildly off the trees. I reached my car in what felt like seconds. My hands were shaking so violently I dropped my keys twice in the dirt. When I finally got the engine to turn over, I floored it. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was 5 miles away, under the humming fluorescent lights of a gas station. I sat there for a long time, gasping for air, the smell of that house still clinging to my skin. My camera bag was in the passenger seat. I reached over, my fingers trembling, and pulled out the camera. I wanted to see if I'd caught anything. I scrolled through the photos, the stairs, the wallpaper, the kitchen, the white stones. Then I hit the last photo. It was a photo I didn't remember taking. It was a shot of me from behind, standing at the front door trying to get out. The flash had illuminated the foyer, and there, standing in the doorway of the kitchen, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly thin and bone white. It had no face, just a smooth, wet surface where features should be, and it was holding my spare lens cap in a hand that had too many fingers. I drove to the nearest police station. I told them I'd been harassed by a squatter at the Holloway place. The sergeant on duty didn't even look up from his paperwork. "Holloway Place?" he asked, his voice weary. "Kid, you shouldn't have been out there. We don't go out there after dark, not since the 90s. "But there's someone in there," I insisted, holding out my camera. "I have proof." He finally looked at me, and for a second I saw a flash of genuine pity in his eyes. "We know what's in there, or we know what people say is in there. But there's no law against a house wanting to keep what wanders inside. You got out. Take that as a win and go home." I did go home. I moved out of that apartment a month later, and I sold all my camera gear. I don't take pictures anymore. I don't like the idea of looking through a lens and seeing something that isn't there when I look with my naked eyes. But the worst part, the part that keeps me awake every night, happened a week after I got home. I was unpacking a box in my new apartment when I felt something in the pocket of the jacket I'd been wearing that night. I reached in, expecting a receipt or some change. I pulled out 3 small, white polished stones. They were arranged in a perfect triangle in the palm of my hand. Don't go looking for quiet places. Sometimes the silence is just a predator waiting for you to stop making noise. If you find an empty house at the end of a road that doesn't exist, keep driving, because some houses aren't empty, they're just hungry. The 3 white stones sat in my palm, pulsing with a coldness that seemed to bleed directly into my marrow. I didn't scream. I didn't even move. I simply stood there in the center of my new, brightly lit apartment, watching the light from the ceiling fan glint off their polished surfaces. I had burned the clothes I wore that night. I had scrubbed my skin until it was raw. I had moved 3 towns over, yet the house had sent a receipt. I walked to the window and threw them out. I didn't look to see where they landed. I just watched them vanish into the dark canopy of the shrubs below. For the next week, I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that wet, dragging sound, slap, drag, asterisk, moving across the hardwood of my memory. I told myself the stones were a prank, or perhaps I'd picked them up in a fugue state of shock. But deep down, I knew the geometry was too perfect. The triangle wasn't a shape, it was a mark. By the 10th day, the peripheral hallucination started. It's a common side effect of sleep deprivation, or so the internet told me. You see a shadow shift in the corner of your eye, or you think a coat hanging on a door is a person standing still. But these weren't just shadows. I started seeing the dampness. I'd be sitting on my sofa, staring at the TV, and I'd notice a faint, shimmering trail on the floorboards, like the path a slug leaves behind, only wider. It always led toward the closet. I stopped going into the spare bedroom. I taped the door shut with duct tape, a pathetic, silver barrier that offered no real protection but gave my fractured mind a boundary to cling to. I started leaving every light in the apartment on. My electricity bill doubled, but I didn't care. Darkness was no longer an absence of light. It was a medium. It was the water that the thing from the Holloway place swam in. The phone call came on a Tuesday, exactly 2 weeks after the night at the house. My phone buzzed on the nightstand at 3:14 a.m. The caller ID was blank, just a string of zeros. I shouldn't have answered it. Every horror movie ever made warns you not to answer. But curiosity is a poisonous thing, and fear, when it reaches a certain saturation point, turns into a grim sort of compliance. I swiped accept and held the phone to my ear. I didn't say hello, I just listened to the silence. It wasn't the silence of an empty room. It was the heavy physical silence of the Holloway place. I could hear the faint, rhythmic creak of a house settling. And then there was the breathing. It was wet, rattling, and sounded like someone trying to inhale through a throat filled with silt. "You have the lens cap," the voice whispered. It was the same flat, watery tone from the foyer. "It doesn't fit the new ones." I hung up and threw the phone across the room. It hit the wall and the screen shattered, but the speaker stayed active. From across the floor, the voice continued, muffled but clear. "We're coming to collect the rest of the set." I left the apartment that night with nothing but my car keys and the clothes on my back. I drove until the sun came up, heading north, then west, then south, zigzagging across state lines without a plan. I stayed in cheap motels with fluorescent lights that flickered but never died. I avoided old buildings. I avoided woods. I spent my days in crowded malls and 24-hour diners, places where the hum of humanity was loud enough to drown out the ringing in my ears. But the physical world was starting to fail me. In a diner in Ohio, I ordered a coffee and watched in mounting horror as the liquid in the cup began to turn gray. A film of dust formed over the surface in seconds, and when I poked it with a spoon, the coffee felt thick, like wet paper. I looked at the waitress, a tired woman in her 50s, and for a split second, her face was smooth. No eyes, no nose, just a wet, pale expanse of skin. I blinked, and she was normal again, asking me if I wanted a refill. I realized then that I hadn't escaped the Holloway place. I had carried a piece of it out with me, or perhaps it had left a door open inside my head. The sergeant at the police station had said there was no law against a house wanting to keep what wanders inside. I hadn't just wandered in, I had documented it. I had taken its stillness and turned it into data, and now that data was being reclaimed. I found myself driving back toward upstate New York. It wasn't a conscious choice. It was a gravitational pull. My car seemed to know the way, the GPS flickering with ghost coordinates that led me back toward the gravel road that didn't exist. I tried to turn the wheel to steer toward a highway, but my arms felt heavy, as if they were made of lead. The metallic sweetness I'd smelled in the kitchen began to fill the cabin of the car, cloying and thick, coating the back of my throat. I reached the washout in the road just as the sun was beginning to set, casting long, bruised shadows across the dirt. I didn't hike this time. I sat in the car, the engine idling, staring at the wall of trees that hid the Victorian carcass. I expected to feel terror, but instead, I felt a profound, hollow exhaustion. I was tired of running from shadows. I was tired of the 3 stones that kept appearing in the cup holder of my car, no matter how many times I threw them out. I stepped out of the car. The woods were silent again. No crickets, no birds. The air felt like it was pressing against my skin, welcoming me back. As I walked toward the house, I saw the front door. It was wide open, just as I had left it before it slammed shut. The oak was splintered where I had forced my way out, a jagged wound in the face of the building. I didn't have my camera. I didn't have a flashlight. I walked up the porch steps, the wood groaning under my boots, a sound that felt like a greeting. I crossed the threshold into the foyer. The smell of wet paper and metallic sugar was overwhelming here, a physical force that made my eyes water. "I'm here," I said. My voice didn't echo. The house swallowed the sound instantly. I walked toward the kitchen. The 3 white stones were back on the floor, but the triangle was larger now, the points marking the corners of the room. In the center of the kitchen, sitting on the rusted stove, was my spare lens cap. It looked brand new, devoid of the dust that covered everything else. I reached out to take it, but a movement in the pantry doorway stopped me. The figure stepped out. In the fading light, it looked less like a ghost and more like a mistake, a tall, spindly error in the fabric of reality. Its skin was the color of a drowned limb, translucent and slick. It didn't have a face, but as it turned toward me, the skin on its head rippled, as if something underneath was trying to push through. It didn't attack. It didn't move with the violence I expected. It simply raised a hand, the one with too many fingers, and pointed toward the grand staircase in the foyer. "The gallery is incomplete," the watery voice said. It wasn't coming from the figure's mouth. It was coming from the walls. I found myself walking toward the stairs. My legs moved without my consent, a rhythmic asterisk thump-thump on the dust-choked wood. I climbed to the 2nd floor, the air growing colder with every step. The hallway was lined with doors, all of them closed except for the one at the very end. I entered the room. It was a bedroom once grand, now a ruin of lace and rot. But the walls weren't covered in floral wallpaper anymore. They were covered in photographs, thousands of them. Some were yellowed with age, daguerreotypes of people in Victorian dress, their eyes wide and staring. Others were Polaroids from the 70s, blurred shots of teenagers laughing before the fear set in. And there in the center of the far wall were my photos, the grand staircase, the parlor, the kitchen. They were framed in dark, heavy wood, the glass so clean it looked like a hole in the wall. There was one empty frame left. It was the largest one, positioned at eye level. I looked at the frame, and for the first time I saw my own reflection in the glass, but it wasn't me. It was the version of me from the night I escaped, terrified, sweating, my face contorted in a silent scream. As I watched, the reflection began to still. The color drained from my skin in the glass. My features began to soften, blurring together like melting wax. I tried to turn away, but the figure was standing in the doorway. It held something in its hand, an old bellows-style camera on a tripod. It didn't have a lens. It had a single polished white stone where the glass should be. "Don't blink," the voice whispered. The figure reached for the shutter. I felt a sudden, sharp pull in the center of my chest, as if a hook had snagged my soul. The room began to dim, the edges of my vision fraying into blackness. The smell of the house, the wet, metallic sweetness, was the only thing left. I realized then that the Holloway place didn't just want to keep people. It wanted to curate them. It was a collector of moments, of the exact second when a soul realizes it is no longer alone. I was the final piece of the summer collection. The flash didn't come from a bulb. It came from the stone, a blinding, freezing light that turned the world into a negative. I didn't feel the floor beneath my feet anymore. I didn't feel the air in my lungs. I felt flat. I felt still. I felt the weight of a frame around my existence. Downstairs, the front door drifted shut. The latch clicked into place with a sound of finality. Outside, the gravel road shifted, the weeds growing over the tracks of my car until the forest looked as though it had never been disturbed. The house was silent again, truly silent. But if you ever find yourself at the end of a road that shouldn't be there, and you decide to walk through that splintered oak door, do me a favor. Go to the second floor. Go to the room at the end of the hall. Look at the wall of photos. Look at the one in the center. If you look closely enough, you might see my eyes. I'm still trying to blink. I'm still trying to tell you to run. But the house is very good at keeping things still, and it's always looking for a new perspective. The silence isn't just a predator, it's a gallery, and the show is just beginning. The silence in the gallery was not a lack of sound. It was a pressurized weight, the kind that makes your ears pop and your heart hammer against your ribs like a trapped bird. I was the image in the frame, yet I was also the observer, a bifurcated consciousness split between the cold glass and the rotting floorboards of the bedroom. My physical body felt thin, as if the very molecules of my being were being stretched across a canvas of light and shadow. I could see the figure, the curator, standing by the tripod, its featureless head tilted in a mimicry of artistic contemplation. It didn't move for a long time. It simply stood there, basking in the stillness it had manufactured. I tried to scream, but the mechanism of my throat was no longer mine to command. I was a captured frequency, a vibration held in stasis by the house's impossible architecture. Then the figure reached out. Its hand, pale and multi-jointed, brushed against the glass of my frame. The touch was freezing, a direct injection of winter into my soul. "The light is perfect now," the voice vibrated through the walls, resonant and wet. "The others, they were too loud, too much movement in their eyes, but you have the stillness of someone who has already given up." The figure turned away from me, its movements fluid and sickening, like mercury sliding across a plate. It began to pace the room, its long fingers trailing over the other photographs. It stopped at a Polaroid from the 70s, a young woman with feathered hair and a terrified smile. As the figure touched her image, the woman in the photo began to weep. I didn't hear it with my ears. I felt it as a low-frequency thrum of misery that shook the foundations of the house. The house fed on the resonance of that grief. It was the electricity that kept the lights flickering, the heat that kept the rot blooming in the walls. I realized then that the Holloway place was a battery, and we were the cells. The figure reached the door and paused. "Don't worry," it whispered, though there were no lips to form the words. "There will be more. The road is always open for those who are looking for something they cannot name." The door creaked shut and I was left in the dark of the gallery. But it wasn't total darkness. The photographs themselves emitted a faint, sickly bioluminescence, the glow of trapped spirits. To my left, an old man in a top hat from a century ago shifted his weight. His eyes, fixed in a permanent stare, rolled toward me. "First time," his voice echoed in my mind, thin and dry as parchment. I couldn't answer. I could only project my terror. You'll get used to the frame, the old man continued. The first decade is the hardest. You try to remember the smell of rain or the taste of bread, but the house eats those memories first. It likes the flavor of nostalgia. It leaves you with nothing but the moment of the flash. That's all we are now. A single second stretched into eternity. I fought against the paralysis. I visualized my hands, my feet, the weight of the camera bag I no longer carried. I reached deep into the core of my identity, past the fear, looking for something the house hadn't touched. I thought of the 3 white stones. They were the anchors, the physical manifestations of the house's claim. If they were the lock, then there had to be a key. In the reflection of the glass, I saw the room behind me. It was empty, save for the tripod and the bellows camera. The white stone that served as its lens was still glowing with the remnant of the flash that had taken me. It was the eye of the house. I poured every ounce of my will into the image of myself in the frame. I didn't try to move my body, I tried to move the reflection. I focused on the hand that was pressed against the glass. Break it, I thought. Smash the boundary. The glass didn't break. Instead, it rippled. The surface became fluid, like the surface of a dark pond. I felt my fingers sink into the coldness, passing through the barrier between the captured image and the physical room. The old man in the next frame gasped, a sound like dry leaves skittering on a sidewalk. "Stop," he hissed. "If you break the stasis, the house will digest you. It's better to be a picture than to be soil." I didn't listen. I pushed harder. My arm emerged from the frame, a pale, translucent limb that looked more like the curator's flesh than my own. I grabbed the edge of the wooden frame and pulled. The wood groaned, the ancient nails shrieking as they were forced out of the plaster. With a violent heave, I tumbled out of the frame and onto the floor. The impact was agonizing. It felt like being born and dying at the same time. I lay on the rotted carpet, gasping for air that tasted of dust and copper. My body felt wrong, light and fragile, as if I were made of paper. I looked at my hands. They were blurred at the edges, flickering like a low bitrate video. I wasn't fully human anymore, but I wasn't a picture either. I was a glitch in the Holloway place. The house reacted instantly. The floorboards beneath me began to heave, the wood turning soft and pulpy, trying to swallow me. The walls bled a thick black ichor that smelled of stagnant water. From downstairs, I heard it, the asterisk slap drag of the curator returning. It wasn't a slow walk anymore. It was a frantic, wet scramble. I scrambled toward the bellows camera. My hands passed through the wooden tripod as if it were smoke, but when I touched the white stone lens, it was solid. It was searingly hot. I grabbed it, ignoring the smell of my own phantom flesh scorching. I wrenched the stone from the camera body. The house screamed. It wasn't a metaphorical sound. The very timber and stone of the building let out a high-pitched, vibrating wail that shattered the windows in the gallery. The photographs on the walls began to curl and blacken, the souls within them dissolving into gray mist. "Give it back," the voice roared, no longer flat or calm. It was a tempest of rage. The curator burst through the door. Without the camera, it looked diminished, its spindly frame trembling with a frantic, mindless hunger. It lunged at me, its many-fingered hands outstretched. I didn't run. I couldn't. Instead, I held the white stone up, pointing it at the creature. I didn't know how to use it, but I knew what it was. It was a focal point. It was the thing that gathered the light. "You want the picture?" I croaked, my voice sounding like grinding stones. "Take it." I squeezed the stone. I didn't have the strength to break it, but I willed it to reverse, to release everything it had ever taken. The stone didn't shatter, it imploded. A vacuum of light erupted from my palm, a reverse flash that didn't illuminate the room but sucked the reality out of it. The curator was drawn into the light first. It didn't scream. It simply unspooled, its long limbs stretching like taffy as it was pulled into the collapsing singularity of the stone. Then the room began to follow. The rotted lace, the wallpaper, the floorboards, everything was being reclaimed by the void. I felt the pull too. My paper-thin body was being torn apart, the edges of my soul fraying into the white heat. I saw the old man from the frame one last time. He wasn't afraid. He was smiling as he dissipated into the mist. The last thing I remember was the sensation of falling. Not down, but out. Out of the house, out of the woods, out of the very idea of the Holloway place. I woke up on the gravel road 2 miles from the house. The sun was rising, a pale, weak light that struggled to pierce the morning fog. I was lying in the dirt, my clothes torn and covered in a fine, white dust. My car was gone. My camera was gone. Even the 3 stones in my pocket had vanished. I walked until I reached the main highway. A trucker picked me up, a man who didn't ask questions about why I looked like I'd been through a thresher. He dropped me off at a diner, the same one where I'd seen the waitress's face change. I went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. My face was there. My eyes were my own. But when I looked closely, I saw it. A thin, silver line encircling my pupils like the edge of a lens. And when I blinked for a fraction of a second, I didn't see the bathroom. I saw the empty foyer of the Holloway place, silent and waiting. I live in the city now. I stay away from the quiet places. I work in a warehouse where the lights are high-pressure sodium and never go out. I don't have a phone with a camera. I don't have mirrors in my apartment. I've covered them all with heavy blankets. Because sometimes, when the room is too quiet, I hear the sound of a shutter clicking. And I know that the house isn't gone. It's just waiting for the next developer to move in. It's waiting for someone else to stumble upon the road that doesn't exist, to find the beauty in the decay, and to bring a lens to help it see. The Holloway place is empty again, but the gallery is never full. It's just between shows, and every time I close my eyes to sleep, I see the last frame on the wall. It's not a picture of me anymore. It's a picture of you, standing in the woods looking at the house. You're wondering if you should go inside. You're wondering if the stories are true. Don't do it. The light is never as good as it looks. And once the house takes your picture, it never lets you go. You just become another ghost in the grain, another shadow in the corner of someone else's eye, waiting for the flash that never ends. I still have one of the stones, not the one that imploded, but a small, jagged fragment that I found embedded in my palm weeks later. It doesn't pulse with coldness anymore. It's warm. It's the only thing that feels real. Sometimes I hold it to my ear and I can hear the house breathing. It sounds like a mother humming to a child. It's a lonely sound. It's a hungry sound. And the worst part, the part that truly breaks me, is that sometimes I miss it. I miss the stillness. I miss the way the world looked through that white stone lens, where everything was significant, where every shadow had a name. The world out here is too loud, too messy, too full of people who don't know how to stay still. I find myself driving on the weekends. I don't go back to upstate New York, but I look for other roads. Roads that look like they haven't been paved in decades. Roads that disappear into the tree line. I tell myself I'm looking for a way to stop the hunger, but I know the truth. I'm looking for a new frame. Because once you've been part of the gallery, the rest of the world just feels like a blurred, overexposed mess. I'm a hunter now, but I'm also the prey. I'm the camera and the film, and somewhere out there, another house is waiting to be filled. If you see a man on the side of the road holding nothing but his own hands to his eyes like a viewfinder, don't stop. Don't offer him a ride. Just keep driving. Because if he looks at you and if the light is just right, he might decide that you're exactly what the collection is missing. And he knows exactly how to make you stay still, permanently. The city began to feel like a double exposure. I would be standing in the fluorescent-lit aisle of a 24-hour pharmacy, the hum of the refrigeration units vibrating in my teeth, and suddenly the linoleum would desaturate. The bright yellows of the packaging would bleed into a sickly, translucent gray, and for a heartbeat, the smell of antiseptic would be replaced by the heavy, damp scent of the Holloway place. I would blink, and the world would snap back into place, but the afterimage remained. a ghostly staircase superimposed over the shelf of cough medicine, a spindly shadow reaching out from behind the pharmacist's counter. I couldn't hold a job for more than a month. The flickering of computer monitors felt like a series of rapid-fire shutters, each one threatening to capture a piece of me that hadn't quite settled back into my skin. I moved into a basement apartment where the windows were high and narrow, mere slits that allowed only a bruised sort of light to filter in. I painted the walls a flat, matte black, hoping to kill any reflections, but the dark only made the silver rings around my pupils glow with a faint, internal luminescence. The fragment of the stone in my palm had become a part of my anatomy. The skin had grown over it, leaving a jagged, raised scar that throbbed in time with my pulse. It wasn't just warm anymore, it was feverish. It whispered, not in words, but in a series of tonal shifts that I felt in my bone marrow. It was calling to the other stones, the ones that had been lost or consumed when the gallery collapsed. It was a homing beacon for a house that no longer had a physical address, but existed in the spaces between breaths. I started walking at night. The city, so crowded and loud during the day, revealed its own secret galleries after midnight. I found myself drawn to the condemned tenements, the boarded-up theaters, the places where human presence had evaporated, leaving behind a concentrated essence of abandonment. I wasn't looking for the Holloway place specifically. I was looking for its siblings. I began to realize that the house in upstate New York wasn't an isolated anomaly. It was a node in a vast, invisible network of hunger. One Tuesday, or perhaps a Wednesday, time had become a smear of gray. I found myself standing before an old Victorian on the edge of the industrial district. It was hemmed in by scrap yards and humming power substations, a relic of a forgotten elegance drowned in soot. The windows were boarded with plywood that had started to rot, and the front porch sagged like a tired lip. My hand ached. The stone beneath my skin was burning, a coal pressed against my nerves. I didn't have a camera, but I raised my hands, framing the house between my thumbs and forefingers. The silver rings in my eyes flared. The plywood boards didn't just look old, they looked curated. The way the dust had settled in the grain of the wood was too perfect, too intentional. I stepped onto the porch, the wood groaning with a familiar, rhythmic thump-thump asterisk. I didn't need a key. The house knew me. It recognized the fragment of its heart buried in my palm. The door didn't just open, it exhaled. Inside, the air was cold and heavy with the scent of wet copper and ozone. It wasn't empty. In the foyer, a man was standing perfectly still. He was dressed in a suit from the late 90s, his tie slightly crooked, his briefcase resting at his feet. He wasn't moving, wasn't breathing. He was a three-dimensional photograph, a moment of transit frozen in the amber of the house's will. I walked past him, my footsteps silent on the thick layer of dust. I felt a strange, detached sense of professional jealousy. This house was different. It didn't use frames. It used the rooms themselves as dioramas. In the parlor, a family sat around a dinner table, their forks halfway to their mouths, their expressions caught in a perpetual loop of mid-sentence laughter. The light hitting them was static, a beam of moonlight that never shifted, though hours must have passed outside. "The composition is amateur," I whispered. My voice sounded like dry silk tearing. The house didn't answer with a voice. It answered with a shift in the light. The shadows in the corners lengthened, stretching toward me like grasping fingers. I felt the pull again, the hook in the center of my chest. But this time I didn't fight it. I leaned into the sensation. I was no longer just the subject, I was the apprentice. I reached out and touched the woman at the dinner table. Her skin was cold, the texture of unglazed porcelain. As my finger made contact, I felt her memory surge into me. The taste of the pot roast, the joke her husband was about to finish, the sudden, sharp realization that the shadows in the hallway had moved. I saw the flash through her eyes. It hadn't come from a camera. It had come from the house itself, a sudden alignment of geometry and intent that had turned her life into a still life. The stone in my hand pulsed violently. I understood then what the Holloway place had been trying to do. It wasn't just collecting moments, it was trying to build a masterpiece, a grand, unified narrative of human transition. But it was missing a director. It had the camera, the white stones, and it had the film, the people, but it lacked the eye. I climbed the stairs, the silver rings in my vision sharpening. The second floor was a labyrinth of half-finished scenes. A child playing with a wooden hoop, a maid frozen in the act of polishing a mirror, a dog mid-leap. All of them were slightly blurred, as if the house hadn't been able to quite catch the frequency of their souls. They were failed exposures. At the end of the hallway, there was a door that hummed. I pushed it open. The room was vast, far larger than the exterior of the house should have allowed. It was a dark room, but instead of chemicals and trays, the walls were lined with mirrors of varying sizes and shapes. In the center of the room stood a tripod made of human bone, polished to a high, ivory sheen. On top of it sat a bellows camera, but this one was massive, its leather pleats expanding and contracting like a set of lungs. It was missing its lens. The socket where the stone should go was a jagged hole that matched the fragment in my hand perfectly. I looked into the mirrors. I didn't see my reflection. I saw the city outside. I saw the commuters on the subway, the lovers in the park, the lonely old men on park benches. I saw them all as potential exposures. The house wasn't just a predator, it was a lens, and I was the one who could focus it. The light is changing, I said to the empty room. The shadows coalesced in the center of the dark room, forming a shape that was tall, spindly, and slick. It wasn't the same curator from the Holloway place, but a cousin, a different error in reality. This one had a face, or at least the suggestion of one. A series of vertical slits where eyes and a mouth should be. It bowed to me. It held out a hand, its fingers long and multi-jointed. It was offering me a choice. I could be the final piece of this house's collection, a perfectly preserved specimen of a man who had seen too much, or I could take my place behind the tripod. I looked at the fragment in my palm. The skin was peeling back, the white stone pushing its way out, eager to be reunited with the machine. I felt the hunger of the house, a vast, echoing void that could never be filled, and for the first time in my life I felt a sense of purpose. The world outside was chaotic, screaming, and entropic. People lived and died in a blur of motion, their lives leaving no more mark than a smudge on a lens. But here they could be eternal. They could be perfect. I stepped toward the tripod. My hand hovered over the camera. I could feel the electricity of the house arcing through the bone frame, a cold fire that promised to burn away everything that was soft and human about me. I thought about the waitress at the diner, the way her face had shifted. I thought about the old man in the frame, his eyes rolling in his head, telling me it was better to be a picture than to be soil. I realized then that I had never truly escaped the Holloway place. It had let me go the way a fisherman lets out the line, allowing the prey to tire itself out before the final reel. My escape had been the final stage of my development. I had been processed, fixed, and now I was ready to be printed. I pressed my palm against the camera's socket. The stone didn't just fit, it fused. The bone tripod shivered, and the leather lungs of the camera let out a triumphant hiss. The mirrors in the room exploded into a blinding, white radiance, reflecting the city back into the heart of the house. I felt my consciousness expand, spreading out through the walls, down the stairs, and out into the streets. I was no longer a man, I was the perspective. I saw a young couple walking down a rain-slicked alleyway 3 blocks away. They were arguing, their voices sharp and jagged. I saw the way the streetlight caught the tears on the girl's cheek, the way the boy's hand was clenched in his pocket. It was a perfect moment of transition. It was beautiful. I reached out through the house's geometry. I felt the shudder in my chest tremble. "Don't blink," I whispered, and my voice was the sound of the wind through the scrap yards, the hum of the power lines, the creak of the rotting porch. The flash didn't come from the house. It came from the air around them, a sudden, freezing burst of light that turned the alleyway into a negative. The couple didn't scream. They didn't have time. One moment they were shouting, the next they were part of the scenery, two more statues in the city's growing gallery of the still. I felt a surge of nourishment. The house groaned in satisfaction, the rot on the walls turning into a rich, dark velvet. The family at the dinner table downstairs shifted, their porcelain skin warming slightly as the new energy flowed through the house's veins. I spent the next several hours, or perhaps years, curating the neighborhood. I took the man waiting for the bus who would never arrive. I took the stray cat mid-prowl. I took the neon sign of a failing bar at the exact moment the E flickered out. Each capture made me feel more solid, more anchored. The blur at the edges of my being was gone. I was the sharpest image in existence. But as the sun began to rise, the light changed. The natural world attempted to reclaim the territory. The shadows retreated, and the weight of the house's reality began to press inward. The hunger returned, sharper than before. The city was too big, too full of movement. I was a single lens trying to capture an ocean of static. I looked into the mirrors and saw a man standing on the sidewalk across the street. He was holding an old, battered film camera. He was looking at the Victorian house, his brow furrowed in a mix of curiosity and dread. He was a photographer. He was looking for the perfect shot. I felt a pang of something, not pity, but a recognition of the cycle. He was the next version of me. He was the developer who had seen the road that wasn't there. I could have taken him then. I could have triggered the shutter and added him to the foyer, a permanent sentinel at the gate. But the house whispered a different idea. It needed more than just a curator. It needed a salesman. It needed someone to spread the word, to lure the light into the dark. I stepped away from the tripod. My body felt heavy again, solid and cold. I walked down the stairs, past the dinner party, past the man with the briefcase. I opened the front door and stepped onto the porch. The man across the street jumped, his camera dropping to his chest. He looked at me, his eyes wide. I knew what he saw, a man with silver rings in his eyes, a man who moved with a terrifying, fluid stillness. Is it empty?" he asked, his voice trembling. I smiled. It was a slow, deliberate movement of my facial muscles, a gesture I had learned from the curator. "The house is never empty," I said, "but the gallery is having a private showing. Would you like to see the light? It's perfect this morning." He hesitated. He looked at the rotted wood, the sagging porch, and then he looked at his camera. The hunger was there in his eyes too, the need to capture, to hold, to own a moment of the world's passing. "Just one or two shots," he muttered, more to himself than to me. He crossed the street. As he stepped onto the gravel, I felt the house shift behind me, the walls expanding to make room for a new frame. I stepped aside, gesturing toward the open door. "The best light is on the second floor," I told him. "The room at the end of the hall. Don't worry about the tripod. I've already set it up for you." He walked past me, and for a second our shoulders brushed. He shivered, a sudden, sharp chill that seemed to rattle his teeth. He didn't stop. He was already caught in the pull. I watched him enter. I watched the door drift shut behind him. I heard the latch click with that sound of finality, the sound of a shutter closing on a finished exposure. I didn't stay to watch him realize his mistake. I walked away from the industrial district, away from the Victorian house, toward the heart of the city. I didn't need a basement apartment anymore. I didn't need to hide from the mirrors. I was the agent of the stillness now. I found a park where the morning light was particularly soft, the kind of light that makes everything look like a dream before the waking world ruins it. I sat on a bench and waited. I watched a young mother pushing a stroller, a jogger checking his watch, a businessman reading the news. I raised my hands, framing a group of pigeons as they took flight. The silver rings in my eyes flared. "Wait for it," I whispered to the air. "Wait for the moment when you realize you're not alone." The pigeons froze in midair, a cloud of gray and white feathers suspended against the blue sky. The people in the park didn't notice. They couldn't see the glitch in the frame. but I saw it. I felt the weight of the moment, the exquisite beauty of the captured motion. I am the empty house that isn't empty. I am the silence that is a gallery, and I am always looking for a new perspective. If you're walking through the city and you feel a sudden, sharp pull in the center of your chest, if the light around you suddenly turns to a negative and the world feels flat and still, don't bother running. You've already been framed. Just try to look your best. After all, the show is just beginning, and the curator is very particular about his collection. I looked at my hands. They were no longer flickering. They were as clear and sharp as a high-resolution print. I closed my eyes and I didn't see the park. I saw the gallery. Thousands of eyes were looking back at me, all of them trying to blink, all of them trying to tell me to run. But I didn't run. I just smiled and waited for the next flash. The city was full of light, and I had all the time in the world to develop it. The city at dawn was a study in unfinished sketches. The light was weak, a thin wash of watercolor that failed to define the edges of the skyscrapers, leaving them to bleed into the smoggy horizon. I sat on my bench, the cold iron slats pressing against my spine, feeling the city breathe. It was a shallow, frantic respiration. The sound of tires on damp asphalt, the rhythmic clatter of the elevated train, the distant, mournful wail of a siren. To anyone else, it was noise. To me, it was a poorly edited soundtrack. I watched a woman across the street. She was standing outside a closed bakery, her breath blooming in the air like a small, white ghost. She was checking her reflection in the darkened glass of the door, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Her movements were fluid, messy, and agonizingly temporary. She would move, the reflection would vanish, the moment would be lost to the entropic crawl of the clock. I felt a surge of that old, professional hunger, the need to pin her there, to fix that specific tilt of her head into something that could withstand the erosion of time. I didn't need the camera anymore. The stone fused into my palm was a direct interface. My nervous system had become the circuitry, my optic nerves the fiber optic cables. I blinked and the silver rings in my irises hummed. The woman didn't freeze, not yet, but the world around her began to lose its depth. The street became a flat plane of gray. The bakery door turned into a matte surface. She was the only thing with volume, a bright, vibrating center in a world of charcoal. Clicking. It wasn't a sound, but a sensation in my teeth. The woman's breath didn't dissipate. It stayed there, a frozen plume of frost suspended in the air. She didn't blink. She was a statue of longing, caught in the act of vanity. I felt the house, the Victorian miles away, shudder with the intake. A new diorama was forming in one of its upstairs closets, a perfect recreation of a Tuesday morning that would never end. I stood up, my joints moving with a silent, old precision. I wasn't tired. I didn't feel the need for food or sleep. Those were biological imperatives for things that were still subject to change. I was a constant. I began to walk, weaving through the morning rush. The people I passed were ghosts to me, translucent layers of potential exposures. I saw a businessman spill his coffee. I saw a child drop a red mitten. I saw a pigeon collide with a window. I took them all. Each one was a sharp, cold needle of sensation that fed the void in my chest. The house was growing. I could feel its hallways lengthening, its foundation sinking deeper into the soft, conceptual earth between realities. It was no longer just a building. It was an organism, and I was its hunting eye. By noon, the sun was a harsh, unforgiving spotlight. It flattened the world, stripping away the mystery of the shadows. This was the most difficult time to work. The light was too direct, too honest. It didn't allow for the nuances of transition. I sought out the alleyways, the subway tunnels, the places where the sun was a distant memory. In the bowels of the 42nd Street station, the air was thick with the smell of scorched electricity and ancient dust. The commuters moved in a frantic, subterranean migration, their faces obscured by the flickering fluorescent lights. This was a rich hunting ground. Here, the transitions were violent and constant. The closing of train doors, the sudden shift from light to dark as the cars entered the tunnels, the brief, terrified eye contact between strangers. I leaned against a pillar, the stone in my hand throbbing in time with the third rail. I watched a young man standing on the yellow tactile strip at the edge of the platform. He was leaning forward, peering into the darkness of the tunnel, waiting for the twin stars of the approaching train. His face was a mask of exhaustion, his shoulders slumped under the weight of a backpack. I raised my hand, framing him against the blackened tiles of the tunnel wall. "Stay," I whispered. The train roared into the station, a wall of wind and noise that should have knocked him back. But as the silver rings in my eyes flared, the motion stopped. The train was a blur of steel and light, frozen mid-screech. The sparks from the wheels were tiny, orange diamonds suspended in the air. The young man was a statue of anticipation, his hair blown forward by a gale that no longer existed. I felt a sudden resistance. It wasn't from the house and it wasn't from the man. It was from the space around him. The air seemed to ripple, a distortion like heat haze on a highway. A figure stepped out from behind a pillar, not a commuter, not a ghost, but something else. It was tall, dressed in a long charcoal gray coat that seemed to absorb the flickering light. Its face was a smooth, featureless surface of polished obsidian. It didn't have a camera, it had a sketchbook. The figure stopped in front of the frozen man and began to draw. Its movements were impossibly fast, its fingers blurring as it traced the lines of the man's exhaustion. I felt a cold prickle of alarm. I was the curator. I was the one who captured the light. Who was this illustrator of the dark? I stepped forward, the sound of my boots on the concrete echoing like gunshots in the unnatural silence. "This one is mine," I said, my voice vibrating with the tonal shifts of the stone. The figure didn't look up. It continued to draw, the scratching of its charcoal on the paper sounding like the scuttling of insects. "You take the surface," the figure said. Its voice didn't come from a mouth. It echoed directly inside my skull, a resonant, hollow sound. "You take the light and the skin. I take the weight. I take the gravity of the soul." "The house requires the whole," I countered, my hand burning. "The transition is incomplete without the frame." The obsidian-faced figure finally looked at me. I saw my own reflection in its face. A man with silver-ringed eyes, his skin the color of old parchment, his hand glowing with a sickly white light. I looked like a monster. I looked like a masterpiece. "The house is a glutton," the figure said. "It collects moments like a child collects dead butterflies. It doesn't understand the beauty of the decay. It only understands the vanity of the still." It tore the page from its sketchbook and handed it to me. I reached out, my fingers trembling. The paper felt like dried skin. On it was a drawing of the young man, but it wasn't a likeness. It was a map of his failures, a diagram of every disappointment and every moment of despair that had led him to this platform. It was beautiful in a way that the house's porcelain statues could never be. It was heavy. It was real. "You are just a lens," the figure whispered, "and a lens can be broken." The figure vanished, not like a photograph being taken, but like ink dissolving in water. The silence of the station shattered. The train roared to a halt, the wind returned, and the young man stumbled back, blinking, unaware that for a heartbeat, he had been the center of a cosmic dispute. I stood there, the drawing in my hand. I felt a flicker of doubt, a hairline fracture in the perfection of my new reality. The house felt the change. The stone in my palm pulsed with a sudden, sharp pain, a reprimand for my hesitation. The walls of the Victorian, miles away, groaned as the foundation shifted. I crumpled the drawing and dropped it onto the tracks. I didn't need the weight. I didn't need the soul. I needed the image. I left the subway and climbed back into the light. But the sun felt different now. It felt like a countdown. I realized that the city wasn't just a gallery, it was a battlefield. There were other things in the spaces between breaths, other collectors, other predators who didn't care for the clean lines of a photograph. They wanted the mess. They wanted the rot. I hurried back toward the industrial district, the silver rings in my eyes darting nervously. I needed the sanctuary of the house. I needed to see the tripod to feel the cold fire of the bone frame. As I walked, I took more exposures. A woman laughing at a phone, a dog barking at a shadow, a car turning a corner. I took them rapidly, recklessly, feeding the house with a frantic energy. The Victorian appeared through the soot and the power lines. It looked different. It was taller, its roofline jagged like the teeth of a saw. The rotting plywood had been replaced by dark, polished wood that seemed to pulse with a slow, rhythmic light. The front porch no longer sagged. It reached out like a welcoming hand. The photographer I had lured inside was standing in the front window. He wasn't moving. He was perfectly framed, his camera held to his eye, his expression one of eternal, frozen wonder. He was the perfect addition. He was the guard at the gate. I stepped onto the porch, the thump-thump of the wood sounding like a heartbeat. I pushed open the door and exhaled as the cold, ozone-heavy air hit my face. "I'm home," I whispered. The house didn't answer. It roared. The foyer was crowded now. The man in the '90s suit had been joined by a dozen others, the people I had taken from the park, the bakery, the subway. They were arranged in a complex, overlapping composition, a tapestry of frozen lives. The light in the house was no longer static. It moved in slow, deliberate waves, illuminating different parts of the collection, creating new shadows, new meanings. I climbed the stairs, my feet barely touching the steps. I felt the house's hunger through the soles of my shoes. It wasn't satisfied. It wanted more. It wanted the city. It wanted the world. I reached the darkroom at the end of the hall. The mirrors were vibrating, their surfaces rippling like water. The bone tripod stood in the center, the leather lungs of the camera expanding and contracting with a wet, rhythmic hiss. The lens socket was glowing with a fierce, white heat. I walked to the tripod and looked into the mirrors. I didn't see the commuters or the lovers anymore. I saw the obsidian-faced figure. I saw it standing in the park, in the subway, in the alleyways. It was everywhere I had been. It was following me, sketching the wake of my captures, reclaiming the weight of what I had stolen. "You can't have them," I snarled at the mirror. I pressed my palm against the camera. The fusion was instantaneous and agonizing. I felt my nerves being pulled out through my fingertips, threaded into the leather and the bone. My vision merged with the camera's lens. I was no longer looking at the world. I was the world. I saw a skyscraper in the center of the city. Thousands of people were inside, thousands of lives moving in a chaotic, entropic dance. It was a masterpiece waiting to happen. I triggered the shutter. The flash was so bright it should have burned out the sun. For a split second, the entire city was caught in a blinding, white radiance. The sound of the shutter was the sound of a mountain cracking open. I felt the surge of energy, a massive, overwhelming influx of light and form. The house expanded, its walls bursting through the industrial district, its hallways stretching out like tentacles to claim the newly captured territory. The dioramas became vast, sprawling landscapes of frozen time. But in the center of the flash, I saw the figure. It was standing on the roof of the skyscraper, its sketchbook open. It wasn't frozen. It was drawing the flash itself. It was capturing the moment of the capture. I felt a cold shiver of terror. I was the perspective, but the perspective was being watched. I was the camera, but the camera was being framed. The stone in my hand began to crack. The white light in the darkroom turned a sickly, bruised purple. The mirrors began to shatter, one by one, the shards falling to the floor like diamonds of ice. "The composition is wrong," a voice whispered. It wasn't the obsidian figure. It was the house itself. Its voice was a deep, tectonic rumble that shook the very foundation of my being. "The eye is flawed. The director is compromised." I tried to pull my hand away from the camera, but I was fused. I was part of the machine. I felt the house's will turning against me, the silver rings in my eyes beginning to spin in reverse. "No," I gasped, my voice tearing like silk. "I am the curator. I am the one who brings the light. "You are the film," the house rumbled, "and the film is spent." The leather lungs of the camera let out a final, agonizing hiss. The bone tripod collapsed, pulling me down with it. The world began to blur. The sharp, clear lines of my reality started to desaturate, the blacks turning to gray, the whites to a dull, sickly yellow. I looked into the last remaining mirror. I didn't see a man. I didn't see a monster. I saw a photograph, a grainy, overexposed image of a man standing in a darkroom, his hand pressed against a camera, his face a mask of realization. I was being developed. The walls of the darkroom began to close in, the velvet turning back to rot, the polished wood to decaying plywood. The dioramas downstairs were fading, the porcelain skin of the statues cracking and peeling away to reveal the hollow emptiness beneath. I felt the hook in my chest pull one last time. I wasn't in the Victorian anymore. I was back in the Holloway place, standing in the gallery of the three-legged dogs and the eyeless children. The curator was there, his long, multi-jointed fingers stroking the frame of a new acquisition. He turned to me, his vertical slits narrowing in a smile. "A fine addition," he whispered. "The man who thought he was the lens, a study in hubris and light." He reached out and touched my face. His skin was cold, the texture of unglazed porcelain. I tried to scream, but my voice was a still life. I tried to blink, but my eyes were fixed. He placed a frame around me. It was made of human bone, polished to a high, ivory sheen. "Don't worry," he said, his voice fading into the distance. "The light is perfect here. It never changes. You'll be beautiful forever." I stood there, a three-dimensional photograph in a house that didn't exist. I watched as the curator walked away, his footsteps silent on the thick layer of dust. I watched as the shadows in the corners lengthened, stretching toward me like grasping fingers. And then the flash came. But it wasn't my flash. It was the flash of a battered film camera, held by a man standing on a sidewalk in a city far away. He was looking at an old Victorian house, his brow furrowed in a mix of curiosity and dread. I saw myself through his lens. I saw the silver rings in my eyes, the jagged scar on my palm, the expression of eternal, frozen wonder on my face. "Is it empty?" he whispered. I tried to tell him. I tried to scream that the house was a hunger, that the light was a trap, that the stillness was a lie. But I was just a picture, and pictures don't talk. I watched him cross the street. I watched him step onto the porch. I watched as the door drifted open, exhaling the scent of wet copper and ozone. "Just one or two shots," he muttered. He walked past me, and for a second our shoulders brushed. I felt the chill of his life, the messy, entropic warmth of his breathing. I felt the weight of his soul. And then he was gone, lost in the labyrinth of the house's will. I am the empty house that isn't empty. I am the silence that is a gallery. And I am waiting for the next developer to realize that the perfect shot is the last thing they'll ever see. The light is changing, the shadows are moving, and I am ready for my close-up. The new arrival, the one who had just brushed past my static shoulder, didn't notice the way the floorboard sighed beneath his boots, not with the weight of a man, but with the relief of a predator finally tasting salt. He was young, perhaps 24, wearing a canvas jacket stained with chemicals and carrying a Nikon that looked like it had survived a war. He didn't see me as a person, of course. To him, I was a particularly haunting piece of installation art, a waxwork of a photographer caught in a moment of existential crisis. He even paused to adjust his aperture, framing my frozen face against the peeling wallpaper of the foyer. Clicking. The sound was a dull thud in the vacuum of my existence. I felt the vibration of his shutter travel through the molecules of the air, hitting my porcelain skin like a physical blow. He didn't know that by capturing me, he had initiated the handshake. He had shaken hands with a ghost that was also a machine. I watched him move deeper into the house, his footsteps echoing with a terrifying, rhythmic vitality. He was so loud. His heart was a percussion instrument, his lungs were bellows, and his scent, sweat, stale coffee, and the metallic tang of fear, was an affront to the sterile, ozone-heavy perfection of the gallery. He wandered into the dining room, where the woman from the bakery now sat at a table made of petrified oak. She was pouring a stream of silver tea that never reached the cup, her face a mask of permanent, polite expectation. The young man stopped. I could see the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. He wasn't a fool, he was a sensitive, and the sensitive are the easiest to harvest because they provide their own lighting. They bring the atmosphere with them. "Hello," he whispered. The house didn't answer with a voice. It answered with a shift in the light. The sun, which should have been setting outside the boarded-up windows, suddenly flared with a noonday intensity, pouring through the cracks in the wood to illuminate the dust motes. But the dust wasn't skin cells and fiber. It was ground-up memories, glittering like powdered glass. He raised his camera. I wanted to scream, to shatter the crystalline cage of my throat and tell him to run, but the house used my impulse as fuel. It took the energy of my suppressed scream and turned it into a subtle hum that vibrated in the floorboards, drawing him further in. He followed the sound, his movements jerky and uncertain, toward the grand staircase. As he climbed, the house began to rearrange itself. I felt the architecture groan, a deep tectonic shift that only those woven into the walls could perceive. The hallway upstairs lengthened, the doors multiplying like cells in a petri dish. Each door led to a different exposure. Behind one, the businessman spilled his coffee for eternity. Behind another, the child's red mitten hovered an inch above the slush, forever falling, forever lost. The young man reached the darkroom at the end of the hall. The door was already open, the red light spilling out like a fresh wound. He stepped inside, and I felt the house's hunger reach a fever pitch. The bone-framed tripod was gone, or perhaps it had simply evolved. In its place stood a pillar of translucent obsidian, its surface swirling with the silhouettes of everyone I had ever taken. It was a pillar of negative space, a vacuum waiting to be filled. "What is this place?" the young man breathed. He reached out a hand, his fingers trembling. In the gallery below my eyes, those silvering pits of captured light began to glow. I realized then that I wasn't just a resident, I was the bait. I was the lure on the end of the anglerfish's spine. The curator hadn't just framed me, he had wired me into the house's nervous system. My consciousness was being projected into the darkroom, a phantom limb of the Victorian's will. I saw the obsidian pillar pulse. It didn't want his image, not yet. It wanted his doubt. The young man looked into the polished surface of the pillar and didn't see his reflection. He saw his father, a man who had died 10 years ago, standing in a kitchen that smelled of burnt toast. He saw the girl who had left him, her face blurred by the motion of a departing train. He saw every failure, every missed opportunity, every blurred shot he had ever taken. The house was developing his regrets. He began to weep, the tears tracking through the grime on his cheeks. Each tear was a perfect, spherical exposure of grief. He raised his Nikon, his movements robotic now, driven by the same professional hunger that had destroyed me. He began to photograph the pillar. Click, click, click. With every shot, the room grew colder. The red light deepened to a bruised, necrotic purple. The air became thick with the smell of fixative and old blood. "Yes," a voice whispered. It wasn't the curator and it wasn't the house. It was a chorus of all of us, the woman, the child, the businessman, and me. We were speaking through the vents, through the plumbing, through the very pores of the wood. "Give it to us. Fix the moment. Make it stop hurting." The young man's eyes began to change. The brown of his irises started to flake away, revealing the silver rings beneath. He was undergoing the transition. His skin was turning the color of unexposed film, a pale, reactive gray. But then something happened that the house hadn't calculated. The young man didn't just take the pictures. He reached into his bag and pulled out a small, battered notebook. It wasn't a sketchbook like the obsidian-faced figure S, but a journal filled with frantic, handwritten notes. He began to read aloud, his voice cracking but defiant. "The light is a lie," he croaked. "The moment is meant to die. The beauty is in the passing." He took a lighter from his pocket and flicked it. The flame was tiny, a pathetic orange spark in the overwhelming purple gloom of the darkroom. But to the house, it was an infection. It was a source of raw, uncontrolled heat in a world of absolute zero. He held the flame to the corner of his journal. The paper caught, the fire eating through the words, turning the ink into smoke. The house screamed. It was a sound of rending metal and shattered glass. The walls of the darkroom buckled, the velvet hangings bursting into flame. The obsidian pillar cracked, a jagged line of white light splitting its surface. I felt the connection snap. For the first time in an eternity, I could move my fingers. I could feel the grit of the floor beneath my boots. I wasn't a photograph anymore. I was a blur. "Run!" I shouted, the word tearing out of my throat like a shard of glass. The young man looked up, his silver-ringed eyes wide with terror. He saw me, not the waxwork in the foyer, but the man I used to be, a flickering, unstable ghost caught between frames. He didn't hesitate. He dropped his camera, the heavy Nikon clattering to the floor, and bolted for the door. I followed him, my movements fluid and agonizingly fast. The house was trying to reassert control, the hallways shrinking and twisting, the stairs turning into a slide of polished bone. The people in the dioramas were waking up, their porcelain skin cracking as they reached out with stiff, uncoordinated limbs. "Don't look back," I yelled. We tumbled down the stairs, the air behind us thick with the sound of the house collapsing in on itself. The Victorian was folding, the geometry of the rooms becoming impossible, the fourth dimension bleeding into the third. We reached the foyer. The front door was a narrowing slit of gray light. The young man dived through, his canvas jacket catching on a splintered piece of doorframe, tearing away as he rolled onto the soot-covered sidewalk. I stopped at the threshold. The light of the outside world, the real sun, the messy, entropic sun, hit my face. It felt like acid. My skin, which had become accustomed to the cool, artificial perfection of the gallery, began to smoke. I saw my hand, the stone fused into the palm, starting to dissolve, the silver rings in my eyes burning with a fierce, terminal heat. I couldn't leave. I was too far gone. I was a high-speed exposure that couldn't survive the slow shudder of reality. The young man scrambled to his feet, gasping for air. He looked back at the house, his face pale and streaked with soot. He saw me standing there, a silhouette of smoke and silver. "Thank you," he whispered. I didn't answer. I reached out and pulled the door shut. The darkness returned, but it was different now. The house was quiet. The hunger had been replaced by a hollow, aching cold. The fire in the darkroom had been extinguished, but the damage was done. The perfection was ruined. There was a smudge on the lens, a tear in the film. I walked back into the gallery. The curator was standing by the three-legged dogs, his expression unreadable. He looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flicker of something like respect in his vertical pupils. "You've ruined the collection," he said, his voice a dry rustle. "It was a bad crop," I replied, my voice sounding more like my own than it had in years. He nodded slowly. He reached out and touched the frame of my portrait. The bone was charred, the image inside blurred and distorted. "You're no longer a masterpiece," he whispered. "You're a ghost, a double exposure. You don't belong in the frames and you don't belong in the light." "Then where do I go?" He stepped back, fading into the shadows of the corner. "You go into the grain. You go into the spaces between the pixels. You become the noise." The house began to grow again, but this time it didn't grow outward into the city. It grew inward into the depths of my own mind. The hallways became the pathways of my memory, the rooms the chambers of my heart. I realized that the house wasn't a place at all. It was a state of being. It was the desire to hold onto what is already gone. I sat down on the floor of the foyer, leaning my head against the cold wood. I closed my eyes, but I could still see. I saw the young man walking away, his hands empty, his heart heavy with the weight of what he had seen. He would never take another photograph. He would live his life in the blur, in the messy, beautiful decay of the present. And I would stay here in the empty house that isn't empty. I would be the shadow in the corner of the frame, the unexpected flare in the lens, the ghost in the machine. I reached into my pocket and found a small, crumpled piece of paper. It was the drawing the obsidian-faced figure had given me, the map of the young man's soul. It hadn't burned. It hadn't dissolved. I smoothed it out on the floor. In the dim, flickering light of the dying gallery, the lines seemed to move. The failures and disappointments were no longer static. They were flowing, changing, evolving. It was a masterpiece of imperfection. I realized then that the curator was wrong. The house didn't want the still. It wanted the struggle. It wanted the agonizing, beautiful process of becoming. I picked up a piece of charcoal from the floor, a remnant of the fire, and began to draw on the wall. I didn't frame the light. I didn't capture the skin. I drew the weight. I drew the gravity. I drew the way the woman's heart broke when the tea never hit the cup. I drew the child's fear as the mitten fell. I drew my own hunger, my own vanity, my own release. As I drew, the house began to change again. The polished wood turned back into living trees, the velvet into moss, the bone into earth. The gallery was becoming a forest, a wild, entropic wilderness of memory. The curator didn't stop me. He couldn't. He was a creature of the frame, and I was breaking the glass. I looked at my hand. The stone was gone. The silver rings in my eyes had faded to a dull, human gray. I was still a ghost, but I was a ghost with a charcoal stick. I looked toward the front door. It was gone, replaced by a thicket of thorns and roses. There was no way out, but for the first time, I didn't want to leave. I had work to do. I had a world to unfix. I turned back to the wall and began to draw the sun. Not the harsh, unforgiving spotlight of the house, but the soft, dappled light of a Tuesday morning that was allowed to end. I am the empty house that is finally becoming empty. I am the silence that is finally learning to speak. And in the heart of the rot, in the center of the decay, I am finally finding the light. Somewhere in the city, a camera shutter clicks. A man pauses, feeling a sudden, inexplicable chill. He looks at his viewfinder and sees a smudge, a tiny charcoal gray blur in the corner of the frame. He tries to wipe it away, but it won't budge. He smiles. He likes the way it looks. It adds character. It adds weight. He moves on, leaving the moment behind, and I, the ghost in the grain, watch him go, content to be the part of the picture that nobody can ever truly see. The charcoal snapped in my hand, a sharp crack that sounded like a bone breaking, but I didn't stop. I used the jagged edge to hatch deep, rhythmic shadows into the Victorian wainscoting. I was no longer interested in the stillness of the portrait. I wanted the vibration of the stroke. The woman from the bakery, still seated at her eternal table, turned her head. It was a slow, agonizing movement, the porcelain of her neck grinding against the collar of her dress with the sound of a tectonic shift. For the first time, her eyes weren't fixed on the silver stream of tea. She was looking at the wall. She was looking at the mess I was making. "It's smudgeable," she whispered. Her voice was thin, like wind whistling through a cracked window pane. "You're ruining the archival quality." "The archival quality is a tune," I said, my voice raspy from the soot. I smeared a thick line of carbon across the wallpaper, obliterating a floral pattern that had been frozen in mid-bloom for decades. Life isn't archival, it's acidic. It eats itself. A cold wind began to circulate through the foyer, though all the windows remained boarded tight. It carried the scent of the young man's fear, that sharp ozone and sweat tang, but it also carried something new, the smell of damp earth and rotting leaves. The house was reacting to my vandalism. The floorboards beneath my feet began to soften, turning from polished oak into something spongy and porous. The gallery was rejecting its own geometry. I moved to the dining room, my charcoal stick dancing across the surfaces. I drew over the woman's silver tea service, turning the shimmering metal into a dark, turbulent whirlpool. I drew over the businessman's coffee spill, extending the liquid until it became a black river that flowed off the table and across the floor. Everywhere I touched, the stillness broke. The people in the frames began to twitch. They weren't becoming human again. Not yet, but they were becoming kinetic. They were becoming ghosts who could haunt instead of just inhabit. The curator appeared at the top of the stairs. He didn't look angry. If anything, he looked weary, as if the weight of all those captured moments was finally sagging his invisible shoulders. He watched me deface his collection with the detached interest of a scientist watching a virus mutate. "You are introducing entropy into a vacuum," he said. "Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to keep this place static, to keep the light from fading the memories?" "Why keep them?" I asked, not looking up from my work. I was drawing a window on a wall that had no opening, a window that looked out onto a storm I remembered from my childhood. Memories are supposed to fade. That's how we know they're real. If they stay bright forever, they're just hallucinations. "They are legacies," he countered, his voice echoing from several rooms at once. "Without me, the businessman is just a dead man who spilled his drink. The child is just a lost mitten in a gutter. I gave them eternity." "You gave them a taxidermy shop," I spat. I reached the grand staircase and began to climb. With every step, I struck the wall with the charcoal, leaving long, violent streaks that looked like the claw marks of a giant beast. The house groaned, a deep, sub-bass vibration that rattled my teeth. The red light from the darkroom upstairs was pulsing now, a rhythmic throb that felt like a failing heart. When I reached the landing, I saw the businessman. He had stepped out of his frame. He was standing in the middle of the hallway, his suit impeccable, his face a mask of confusion. He reached out a hand, and as he touched the wall where I had drawn the black river, his fingers didn't slide over the surface. They sank in. He gasped, a dry, papery sound as the charcoal drawing began to pull at him. "It's moving," he stammered. "I can feel the current." "Let it take you," I told him. "Don't fight the blur." He looked at me, his silver-ringed eyes searching mine. For a second, the perfection of his features wavered, and I saw the man he had been, tired, overworked, worried about a meeting he would never attend. He let out a long, shuddering breath, and then he leaned forward, falling into the drawing. The wall swallowed him with a sound like a page turning. The frame he had occupied downstairs was now truly empty, a hollow rectangle of bone. One by one, the others followed. The child reached out for the mitten I had sketched in motion, and as her fingers brushed the charcoal, she dissolved into a flurry of gray smudges, finally finishing her fall. The woman from the bakery stood up, her porcelain skin shedding in flakes like old paint, and walked into the whirlpool I had drawn on the dining room wall. The house was emptying, not in the way it had been before, a hollow vessel waiting for a victim, but in a way that felt like a cleansing. The weight was lifting. The ozone smell was being replaced by the honest, dirty scent of wood smoke and rain. I reached the darkroom door. The red light was blinding now, a thick, viscous crimson that seemed to coat everything in a layer of simulated blood. Inside, the obsidian pillar was shattered, its fragments littering the floor like shards of a broken mirror. Each shard held a tiny, distorted fragment of a soul, a glint of an eye, the curve of a smile, the texture of a coat. The curator was standing in the center of the wreckage. He wasn't a man anymore. Without his collection to anchor him, his form was unraveling. He was a collection of shadows held together by a fading will, a silhouette of negative space that seemed to be leaking into the floor. "You don't understand," he whispered, his voice sounding like a record played at the wrong speed. "The world outside, it forgets everything. It's a graveyard of unrecorded moments. I was the only one who cared enough to save them. "You didn't save them," I said, stepping into the red light. "You trapped them. You turned their lives into a gallery for a ghost." I raised the charcoal stick. There was only a small nub left, barely enough to grip between my thumb and forefinger. I looked at the back wall of the darkroom, the place where the perfect exposures were usually hung to dry. It was a blank, white expanse, a canvas of absolute nothingness. I began to draw. I didn't draw a person or a place. I drew the shutter. I drew the mechanism of the end. I drew a great black circle that encompassed the entire wall, a lens that was closing for the last time. As I filled in the circle, the red light began to dim. The house gave one final cataclysmic heave. The walls didn't just buckle, they began to dissolve. The Victorian architecture was peeling away, revealing the void beneath, not a dark void, but a gray, misty expanse of pure potential. The curator reached out a hand toward me, his fingers dissolving into smoke. "Who will remember me?" he asked, a final, pathetic plea. "Nobody," I said. "That's the gift." I pressed the last of the charcoal into the center of the circle, making it a solid, impenetrable black. The moment I finished, the light died. Not just the red light, but all of it. The house, the gallery, the curator, and the frames, everything vanished into the grain. I felt myself falling, but there was no wind and no impact. I was a double exposure being wiped clean. I was a memory being overwritten by the present. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on a patch of overgrown grass. The sun was pale and cool, hanging low in a sky that was a bruised shade of violet. I could hear the distant sound of a siren and the rhythmic hum of a city waking up. I sat up, my bones aching with a dull, human throb. My hands were stained black with charcoal, the grit embedded deep in the lines of my palms. I looked down at my right hand, the one that had held the stone, the one that had been fused to the camera. The scar was still there, a jagged, silvery line, but the stone was gone. The skin was soft, warm, and capable of feeling the prickle of the weeds. I looked back. There was no Victorian house. There was only a vacant lot, filled with rusted rebar, shattered bricks, and a single, rotting wooden doorframe standing upright in the middle of the weeds. It looked like a grave marker for a building that had died a long time ago. A few feet away, lying in the dirt, was the young man's Nikon. It was battered, its lens cracked, but it looked solid, real. I crawled over and picked it up. The metal was cold, but it warmed quickly in my grip. I looked through the viewfinder. The world was blurry, out of focus, and beautifully imperfect. I could see the dust on the lens, the flare of the morning sun, the messy reality of the vacant lot. It wasn't a masterpiece. It was just a view. I saw the young man then. He was standing on the sidewalk across the street, his canvas jacket gone, his hair a mess. He was staring at the vacant lot with an expression of profound relief. He saw me, and for a moment we just looked at each other, two survivors of a shipwreck that had never technically happened. He didn't wave, he didn't say anything. He just nodded once, turned, and started walking toward the city. He walked with a slight limp, a reminder that the house had taken something from him, but he was moving. He was entropic. He was alive. I looked down at the camera in my hands. I knew I should leave it. I should walk away and never look through a lens again. But as I watched the light change on the brickwork of the neighboring building, as I saw the way the shadows stretched and shifted with the moving sun, I felt a familiar itch in my fingertips. Not the hunger of the house, not the cold, predatory need to capture and freeze. It was something else, a desire to participate, to be a part of the fading. I raised the camera. I didn't wait for the perfect light. I didn't check the aperture. I didn't care about the composition. I just waited for a pigeon to take flight from a nearby ledge, its wings a gray blur against the violet sky. Clicking. The sound was sharp and honest. It wasn't a thud in a vacuum. It was a heartbeat in the air. I looked at the back of the camera at the digital screen. The image was grainy, slightly overexposed, and the bird was a smudge of motion. It was a terrible shot. It was a failure of technique. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I stood up, my legs shaky but functional. I slung the camera over my shoulder and began to walk. I didn't look back at the doorframe in the weeds. I didn't look for the curator in the shadows of the alleyways. I knew he was there in some form, waiting for the next person who wanted to live forever, but he didn't have a hold on me anymore. I reached the sidewalk and stepped into the flow of the city. People brushed past me, their shoulders bumping mine, their warmth a messy, chaotic comfort. They didn't see the silver rings in my eyes because the rings were gone. They didn't see the ghost because I was no longer a ghost. I was just another man with a camera, lost in the blur of the morning. As I walked, I felt the weight of the Nikon against my side. It wasn't a burden, it was an anchor. It reminded me that the world was real, that the light was changing, and that every moment I saw was already dying the moment it reached my eye. And that was okay. I reached the corner and waited for the light to change. A woman stood next to me, holding a cup of coffee that steamed in the cool air. A drop of condensation ran down the side of the cup, glistening like a diamond before it disappeared into the cardboard. I didn't take the picture. I just watched it happen. I let the moment go, watching it dissolve into the past without trying to catch it. The light turned green. I stepped off the curb and into the street, disappearing into the crowd, a single frame in a movie that would never, ever end. The empty house was behind me, and for the first time in my life, I was headed toward a place that was full of noise, full of light, and gloriously, wonderfully temporary. The city did not feel like a sanctuary. It felt like a vibration. After the sterile, pressurized silence of the gallery, the roar of a passing bus was a physical blow, a wave of heat and grit that settled into the pores of my skin. I walked for hours, my boots striking the pavement with a rhythmic solidity that grounded me. Every crack in the sidewalk, every discarded candy wrapper tumbling in the gutter, every flickering neon sign above a bodega was an event. To the people hurrying past, these were the background radiation of urban life, but to me, they were miracles of decay. They were changing. They were wearing out. They were dying in real time, and I loved them for it. I found myself in a small, nameless park wedged between two towering glass office buildings. The grass was patchy and littered with cigarette butts, and a fountain in the center was choked with green algae, the water struggling to crest a verdigris-coated lip. I sat on a bench that had been carved with 100 initials, overlapping histories of love and boredom, and set the Nikon on my lap. My fingers traced the cracked casing. I could still feel the phantom sensation of the stone, that cold, heavy parasitic weight that had once promised me a legacy. I realized then that the curator's greatest lie wasn't the beauty of the images. It was the idea that a moment captured was a moment saved. In truth, every photograph in that house had been a murder. To freeze a second was to strip it of its purpose, which was to lead into the next. I looked at the woman sitting on the opposite bench. She was elderly, her face a map of deep-set lines, wearing a coat that had seen better decades. She was feeding pigeons from a crumpled paper bag. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and entirely unconcerned with the camera. I didn't raise the lens. I didn't want to steal the light from her eyes. I just watched the way the sun caught the silver strands of her hair, and the way the birds' wings made a frantic, percussive sound as they fought for crumbs. "It's a nice day for it," she said, without looking up. Her voice was gravelly, a sharp contrast to the papery whispers of the house's inhabitants. "It is," I agreed. My own voice felt thick, unused. "A very good day." "You a professional?" she asked, nodding toward the battered Nikon. "I was," I said. I looked down at my charcoal-stained hands. The black dust had settled into the creases of my knuckles like a permanent shadow. Now I think I'm just an amateur, in the literal sense, someone who does it for the love of it. She chuckled, a dry, rhythmic sound. Most people do it for the proof. I was here. I saw this. As if the world's going to forget them if they don't take a picture of their lunch. "Maybe they're afraid of the empty house," I murmured. She squinted at me. her eyes clouded with cataracts but sharp with an old, intuitive intelligence. The only empty house is the one you carry around inside you, son. Everything else is just brick and mortar. She stood up, shaking out the last of the crumbs, and wandered off toward the street, her silhouette blurring into the midday haze. I watched her go until she was just a speck of color in the distance, a memory already beginning to soften at the edges. I stood up and began to walk again, but this time I had a destination. I needed to see someone. The studio was in a converted warehouse in the industrial district, a place of red brick and rusted fire escapes. I hadn't been there in years, not since the night I had first found the empty house and let the curator take my shadow. I climbed the stairs, the wood groaning under my weight, and stopped in front of a door with a frosted glass pane. The name Alina Vance was painted there in gold leaf, though the E was peeling away. I knocked. For a long moment there was no answer, only the muffled sound of a radio playing a jazz station. Then the lock turned. Alina stood in the doorway, a palette knife in one hand and a rag soaked in turpentine in the other. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot, and her face was streaked with Prussian blue. She looked at me, her eyes widening, her breath hitching in her throat. "Thomas," she whispered. "Hello, Alina." She didn't move for a long time. She just stared at me, her gaze traveling from the scar on my hand to the charcoal under my fingernails, and finally to my eyes. She was looking for the silver rings. She was looking for the man who had disappeared into his own vanity 3 years ago. "You look different," she said, stepping back to let me in. The studio was a chaos of color. Canvases were stacked against the walls, some finished, most abandoned in fits of frustration. The smell of oil paint and solvent was overwhelming, a sharp chemical tang that felt like a slap to the face. It was the smell of creation, which is always a little bit violent. "I went away," I said, standing in the center of the room, "to a house that wasn't empty." She sat on a tall stool, wiping her hands on the rag. "I heard stories. People said you were still in the city, but that you'd become a ghost, that you were taking pictures that looked like they were made of bone." "I was," I said. "I was trying to stop the clock. I thought that if I could just get the exposure right, I could keep everything from falling apart. And I realized that things are supposed to fall apart. That's the only way new things can grow." I walked over to a large canvas on an easel. It was a painting of a storm over the harbor, the water a churning mess of grays and greens, the sky a bruised purple. It wasn't precise. It wasn't sharp. You could see the individual brush strokes, the places where the paint had dripped, the places where she had scraped it back with a knife. It was full of struggle. It was full of her. "It's beautiful," I said. "It's a mess," she countered, though there was a small, tired smile on her lips. "I've been working on it for a month and I still haven't caught the light right." "Don't catch it," I said. "Just let it pass through." I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, crumpled piece of paper, the map of the young man's soul that the obsidian-faced figure had given me. I laid it on her work table. The lines were still moving, the charcoal shifting and flowing like a living thing. Alina leaned over it, her eyes narrowing. "What is this?" "A masterpiece of imperfection," I said. "It's a record of someone who failed, someone who was afraid, someone who was human." She reached out to touch the paper, but her hand stopped an inch away. She could feel the vibration of it, the humming energy of a life that refused to be still. "It's beautiful," she whispered. "It's terrifying." "I want you to have it," I said. "Use it, paint over it, let it become part of something else." She looked at me then, really looked at me. "You're not going back there, are you, to that place?" "The house is gone," I told her. I broke the glass, I let the entropy in. I stayed with Alina for the rest of the afternoon. We didn't talk much. She went back to her canvas, and I sat in a corner, watching her work. I watched the way she fought with the paint, the way she swore under her breath when a color didn't land quite right, the way she laughed when she accidentally tipped over a jar of brushes. It was the most vital thing I had ever witnessed. As the sun began to set, casting long, amber shadows across the studio floor, I picked up the Nikon. I looked through the viewfinder at her. She was framed by the window, the light of the dying day catching the edge of her profile. She looked tired, messy, and absolutely radiant. I didn't take the picture. I set the camera down on the floor. I realized that for the first time in my life, I didn't need the image to know that the moment was real. I didn't need the proof. I was part of the scene, not a spectator standing behind a wall of glass. "Thomas," she asked, turning around. "Yes." "Stay for dinner. I'm making something that will probably be terrible." "I'd love to," I said. I followed her into the small kitchenette at the back of the studio. As she fumbled with a stove that didn't always light and chopped vegetables with a dull knife, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't the heavy, aching weight of the house. It was a lightness, a buoyancy. It was the feeling of a vacuum finally being filled with air. Outside, the city was plunging into darkness, but it wasn't the darkness of the darkroom. It was a darkness filled with a million tiny lights, headlights, street lamps, the glow of television screens in apartment windows. Each light represented a life, a story, a moment that would happen once and never again. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the faint metallic click of a camera shutter. I didn't flinch. I didn't feel the chill of the curator's presence. I just smiled. The empty house that wasn't empty was finally gone. The gallery was closed. The frames were broken. And I, the ghost who had forgotten how to breathe, was finally learning how to live in the blur. I reached out and took the knife from Alina's hand. "Let me help," I said. "I'm good at making a mess." We worked together in the dim light, the sound of our voices mingling with the distant hum of the city. The charcoal on my hands began to smudge onto the vegetables, onto the countertops, onto her skin. We were staining the world with our presence, leaving marks that would eventually be washed away, and for the first time, that was enough. The light in the studio eventually failed altogether, leaving us in the soft, blue twilight of the industrial district. We ate our terrible dinner on the floor, surrounded by unfinished paintings and the ghosts of our younger selves. We talked about the future, not as a static destination to be reached, but as a series of accidents to be embraced. When I finally left her studio and walked out into the cool night air, I felt the weight of the Nikon against my side. I knew that tomorrow, I would go out and I would take pictures. I would capture the smudge, the blur, the unintended flare. I would seek out the rot and the decay, not to preserve it, but to celebrate the fact that it was happening. I looked up at the moon, which was partially obscured by a thin veil of clouds. It wasn't a perfect circle. It was jagged, uneven, and constantly changing its face. It was beautiful. I am no longer the shadow in the corner of the frame. I am no longer the ghost in the machine. I am the hand that holds the charcoal, the eye that sees the fading, and the heart that beats in time with the ticking clock. The empty house is empty now, truly empty, and I am finally, wonderfully, beautifully full. The dinner was indeed terrible, oversalted pasta and wine that tasted like a copper penny. But it was the most significant meal of my life because it ended. We scraped the plates, the ceramic screeching against the forks, and then the food was gone, transformed into energy and waste, leaving only the chore of the dishes. Alina watched me as I stood at her cramped sink, my hands plunged into gray, sudsy water. The charcoal from the house finally began to bleed away, swirling down the drain in dark, oily ribbons. It didn't disappear all at once. It clung to the cuticles and the deep lines of my palms, a stubborn cartography of where I had been. "You're shaking," she said, leaning against the counter with a cigarette she hadn't lit. "I'm just reacquainting myself with the cold," I replied. The house was temperate. It was always exactly 72 degrees. No wind, no dust, just the smell of developer fluid and old paper. "Sounds like a morgue," she muttered, finally flicking a lighter. The flame was orange and erratic, casting jumping shadows against the stacks of her canvases. People think they want stasis, Thomas. They think they want the perfect moment to last forever. But if a moment lasts forever, it isn't a moment anymore. It's a sentence. I dried my hands on a rag that smelled of linseed oil. I served 3 years of it. I think I'm out on parole. I stayed on her sofa that night, a lumpy thing covered in a paint-stained drop cloth. Sleep didn't come easily. In the silence of the studio, I kept expecting to hear the soft, rhythmic thud-click asterisk of the gallery's automated shutters or the whisper of the curator's silk lapels. I expected the walls to smooth out into velvet and the air to grow heavy with the weight of 1,000 trapped souls. But instead, I heard the radiator clanking like a dying engine, the muffled shout of a drunk on the street below, and the frantic skittering of a mouse in the wall. These were the sounds of a building that was failing, and they lulled me into a deep, dreamless exhaustion. When I woke, the sun was a harsh, unforgiving blade cutting through the grime of the warehouse windows. It showed everything: the thick layers of dust on the rafters, the cobwebs in the corners, the coffee rings on the table. It was magnificent. Elena was already at her easel, her back to me, her shoulders hunched in concentration. She didn't look up when I sat up. "There's coffee in the pot. It's burnt." "Perfect," I said. I poured a mug of the bitter sludge and stepped over to the window. Below, the industrial district was waking up. Delivery trucks hissed air brakes, laborers moved in synchronized drudgery, and the light reflected off the oily puddles in the street in a spectrum of toxic rainbows. I felt the Nikon strap dig into my shoulder. I hadn't taken it off, even to sleep. It felt like a prosthetic limb, something I was still learning how to calibrate. "I have to go out," I said. Elena paused, her brush hovering inches from the canvas. "Are you coming back?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but I'm not going back there asterisk. I think I just need to see if I can still see." She turned then, her face smudged with fresh yellow ochre. She looked at the camera, then at me. "Don't try to make it pretty, Thomas. The world is ugly enough to be honest. Stick with the honesty." I descended the stairs and stepped out into the morning. The air was sharp, smelling of river salt and diesel. I began to walk without a map, letting the gravity of the city pull me toward the center. I found myself drawn to the places of transition: bus terminals, construction sites, flea markets. I wanted to see things in the middle of becoming something else. I stopped at a demolition site where an old theater was being gutted. A giant iron ball swung with a slow, tectonic inevitability, smashing into a wall of ornate plasterwork. Dust erupted in a white cloud, momentarily obscuring the sun. In the house, this would have been a tragedy, a loss of form. Here, it was a clearing. I raised the Nikon. My thumb found the film advance lever, a habit from an older age, but then remembered the digital sensor. I adjusted the shutter speed, making it intentionally slow. I wanted the blur. I wanted the ghosting of the falling bricks. Clicking. The image on the screen was a smear of ochre and gray. You couldn't tell it was a theater. It looked like a landslide of light. It was a failure of documentation, but a triumph of feeling. I felt a surge of adrenaline that made my breath catch. I wasn't stealing the theater's soul. I was recording its departure. I spent the day like a scavenger. I photographed the steam rising from a manhole cover until the lens fogged over. I photographed the way a child's balloon snagged on a barbed wire fence, shivering in the wind until it finally popped, leaving only a shred of red rubber. I photographed a blind man's hands as they navigated the braille of a subway railing. I didn't look for the decisive moment. I looked for the indecisive ones, the stumbles, the blinks, the awkward tilts of the head. By mid-afternoon, I reached the waterfront. The pier was rotting, the wood slick with green slime, the pilings eaten away by salt and time. A group of teenagers were jumping off the edge into the murky water, their bodies pale streaks against the dark river. They were screaming with a mixture of terror and joy, a sound that the empty house could never have contained. I sat on a rusted bollard and watched them. One boy, skinnier than the rest, hesitated at the edge. His ribs stood out, his skin goose-fleshed. He looked down at the water, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated doubt. In the house, the curator would have frozen him there. He would have been the eternal hesitation, a masterpiece of static tension. People would have stood before his image for decades, admiring the curve of his spine and the light on his shoulders, while the boy himself remained trapped in that split second of fear, never allowed to fall, never allowed to hit the water, never allowed to climb back out and wrap himself in a warm towel. The boy jumped. He hit the water with a messy, ungraceful splash. A second later, his head bobbed up, his hair plastered to his forehead, letting out a wild, triumphant whoop. I didn't take the picture. I didn't need to. The memory was already moving, already being overwritten by the sight of him swimming back to the ladder. "You're the guy," a voice said behind me. I turned. It was the young man from the lot, the one with the Nikon I was now carrying. He looked different in the daylight. His face was cleaner, his eyes less haunted, though there was still a certain fragility to the way he held himself. He was wearing a new jacket, a cheap windbreaker that crinkled when he moved. I said. He sat down on the bollard next to mine. He didn't ask for his camera back. He didn't even look at it. He was looking at the river. "I went back to the lot this morning," he said. "The door frame fell over. It's just a pile of wood now." "The house is gone," I said. "It only exists as long as someone is willing to stay inside." "I stayed for a long time," he whispered. "I don't even remember how I got there. I just remember wanting to take a picture that wouldn't fade. My mother, she had Alzheimer's. I watched her face disappear while she was still sitting right in front of me. I thought if I could just learn how to hold onto an image, I could stop that from happening to anyone else." "The curator preys on that," I said. "He offers a cure for loss, but the cure is just a different kind of death." The young man nodded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, circular object. It was a lens cap. He tossed it into the river. We watched it bob for a moment before the current pulled it under. "What are you going to do now?" he asked. "I'm going to use up the battery," I said, patting the camera. "And then I'm going to leave it somewhere, maybe on a park bench, maybe in a trash can. It's a good tool, but it's a heavy thing to carry." "I think I'm done with pictures for a while," he said. "I think I'm just going to look at things, really look at them, without trying to frame them." He stood up and gave me a small, tentative smile. It wasn't the smile of a survivor. It was the smile of a beginner. He walked away, disappearing into the crowd of tourists and commuters, his limp almost imperceptible now. I stayed until the sun began to dip below the horizon, turning the river into a sheet of hammered gold. I took one last photo. I pointed the camera directly at the sun, knowing the light would burn out the sensor, knowing it would create a flare that would ruin the composition. The shutter clicked, a final defiant heartbeat. The screen flickered, a burst of pure white light, and then the camera died. The battery was spent. The machine was silent. I stood up and walked to the end of the pier. I looked at the Nikon. It was a beautiful piece of engineering, a miracle of optics and electronics. It was also a cage. I set it down on the very edge of the wood, right next to a pile of discarded fishing line. I walked away. I didn't look back to see if someone picked it up. I didn't look back to see if it fell into the water. As I walked back toward the city, the streetlights began to hum to life. They flickered and buzzed, some of them failing to ignite, leaving pockets of shadow between the pools of orange light. I moved through them, a man with empty hands and a full heart. I thought about the gallery, those endless hallways of frozen perfection. I thought about the curator still standing in the silence, waiting for the next soul who feared the dark. He was a collector of ghosts, but he couldn't collect me. I was too messy now. I was too stained with turpentine and charcoal and burnt coffee. I was too loud. I was too temporary. I reached Alina's warehouse as the first drops of rain began to fall. They weren't the calculated, artistic raindrops of a staged photograph. They were cold, stinging, and smelled of wet pavement. They soaked into my shirt and ran down my neck. I climbed the stairs, the wood groaning a welcome. When I reached the door, I didn't knock. I just turned the handle. The studio was dark, except for a single lamp over the work table. Elena was asleep on the stool, her head resting on her arms, the charcoal map I had given her spread out beneath her. In the dim light, the lines on the paper seemed to have slowed down. They weren't a frantic scramble anymore. They were a gentle tide, a soft pulse of gray and black. I walked over and looked at the map. Elena had started to paint over it. She had added a wash of deep blue, a stroke of crimson, a smudge of white. She was turning the soul's geography into a landscape. She was taking the pain and the fear and making them into something else, not something permanent, but something shared. I sat on the floor beside her and leaned my head against the cool metal of the table. I watched the rain streak against the window, the droplets merging and racing each other down the glass. Each path was unique, each moment of contact a tiny, percussive event. I closed my eyes. For the first time in 3 years, I wasn't afraid of the morning. I wasn't afraid of the light changing or the shadows moving. I wasn't afraid of waking up to find that the world had moved on without me. I was the movement. I was the change. In the distance, a siren wailed, a long, mournful sound that faded into the pitter-patter of the rain. It was a beautiful sound. It was a sound that meant someone was in trouble, someone was helping, and someone was alive. I reached out and touched the edge of the canvas Elena was working on. The paint was still wet. It came away on my fingertip, a bright, sticky smear of blue. I looked at it, the color vibrant against my skin, and I smiled. The empty house was a lie. The only thing that is ever truly empty is a moment that isn't allowed to end. I am Thomas. I am an amateur. I am a mess of charcoal and rain, and I am finally mercifully out of focus. The rain intensified, drumming a chaotic symphony against the tin roof of the warehouse. It was a leak in the ceiling, a drip, drip, drip into a plastic bucket in the corner, a rhythm that was offbeat and imperfect. I listened to it until my own breathing matched its cadence. I wasn't a masterpiece. I was a work in progress. And for the first time, I realized that the progress was the point. Not the finish, not the frame, not the silent gallery. Just the messy, loud, beautiful act of being here, right now in the dark, with the paint still wet on my hands. I fell asleep to the sound of the leaking roof, dreaming not of silver rings or obsidian faces, but of a pigeon taking flight, its wings a gray blur against a sky that was constantly, wonderfully changing color. The morning did not arrive with the curated grace of a gallery opening. It arrived with the screech of a garbage truck backing up in the alleyway and the smell of wet soot. I woke on the floor, my neck stiff and my limbs heavy, but the heaviness was different now. It was the weight of muscle and bone, not the ethereal leadenness of the house. Elena was still asleep, her head pillowed on her arms. A streak of Prussian blue dried across her cheekbone like a warrior's mark. I stood up slowly, my joints popping in the silence. I looked at the table where the charcoal map lay. In the gray morning light, the additions she had made overnight were startling. She hadn't just painted over my trauma, she had integrated it. The sharp, jagged lines of the house's corridors were now the skeletal structures of trees, and the dark, swirling vortexes of my panic had become the deep shadows of a forest floor. She was teaching the ink how to breathe. I didn't wake her. I found a scrap of paper, a torn edge of a heavy watercolor sheet, and wrote a single word: out. I stepped onto the landing and pulled the heavy steel door shut. The click of the latch was a finality I hadn't felt when I left the house. That had been an escape. This was a departure. I walked toward the river again, but this time I didn't head for the pier. I headed for the market district, where the city was loudest. I wanted the friction of bodies, the accidental brushes of shoulders, the muttered apologies of strangers. I wanted to be invisible in a way that had nothing to do with being a ghost. In the house, invisibility was a loss of self. Here, in the throng of the morning commute, it was a form of freedom. It meant I was just one more atom in a colliding universe. I found a diner that looked like it hadn't been cleaned since the mid-90s. The vinyl booths were cracked, held together with strips of silver duct tape that caught the fluorescent light. I sat at the counter and ordered eggs and hash browns. The cook was a man with forearms like hams, his white apron stained with a history of grease and tomato sauce. He didn't look at me with the predatory intensity of the curator. He didn't see a subject. He saw a hunger. "Coffee?" he grunted, already tilting the pot. "Please," I said. The liquid hit the thick ceramic mug with a splash, dark and steaming. I wrapped my hands around it. My cuticles were still stained black, the charcoal refusing to leave entirely, a permanent record of my residency in the dark. I looked at my reflection in the chrome of the napkin dispenser. I looked older. There were lines around my eyes that hadn't been there when I first walked into the empty house. Or perhaps they had always been there, and I had simply forgotten how to see the passage of time. I ate with a ferocity that surprised me. In the house, hunger had been a conceptual thing, a dull ache that never quite demanded satisfaction because nothing ever truly diminished. Here, every bite was a transaction with reality. I was consuming the world, and in doing so, I was ensuring my own continuation. When I finished, I paid with a crumpled $25 bill I found in my pocket, the last of the real money I had been carrying for 3 years. The cook handed me back a palmful of sticky coins. I looked at them, the copper of the pennies, the dull silver of the quarters. They were dirty. They were scratched. They were beautiful. I spent the rest of the morning wandering through a public park. It was a Tuesday, so the paths were mostly empty except for retirees on benches and young mothers pushing strollers. I found a spot under a massive, gnarled oak tree that was losing its leaves in a slow, golden hemorrhage. I sat on the grass, feeling the dampness seep through my jeans. I watched a squirrel bury an acorn. It was a frantic, repetitive motion. The squirrel wasn't thinking about the future forest. It was just driven by an instinctual rhythm. It didn't care if the hole was perfect. It didn't care if it forgot where the acorn was buried. The act was enough. I reached into my pocket and felt the absence of the Nikon. For a moment, my fingers twitched, searching for the familiar dial of the shutter speed. I felt a pang of phantom limb syndrome. I had spent so long looking at the world through a glass eye that seeing it directly felt almost indecently exposed. Every color was too bright. Every movement was too fast. I felt like a man who had spent a lifetime in a sensory deprivation tank, suddenly thrust into the middle of a carnival. But then the panic began to subside. I realized I didn't need to capture the squirrel. I didn't need to preserve the way the light hit the falling leaves. The leaves would rot. The squirrel would die. The park would eventually be paved over or turned into something else. And that was the grace of it. The value wasn't in the preservation. It was in the witnessing. I stayed under the oak tree for hours, watching the shadows stretch and warp across the grass. I thought about the people still in the house. I thought about the woman with the violin, her bow forever hovering a fraction of an inch above the strings. I thought about the man in the tuxedo, his toast forever unspoken. I wondered if they could feel the house dying, or if the curator had already found new ways to reinforce the walls. The curator. I realized I didn't hate him anymore. He was a creature of the void, a manifestation of the human terror of being forgotten. He was the personification of the delete key, the one who promised that nothing would ever be lost if only we were willing to give up the right to change. He was a tragedy of his own making, a king of a kingdom that didn't exist. By late afternoon, the air turned cold again and a thin fog began to roll in from the river. It blurred the edges of the buildings, turning the skyline into a charcoal drawing of its own. I stood up and brushed the grass from my clothes. I felt a strange sense of equilibrium. I wasn't the man I was before the house, and I wasn't the ghost I had been inside it. I was something new, a third thing, forged in the friction between the static and the kinetic. I started walking back toward Alina's district, but I took a detour through a residential neighborhood. I passed a house where a window was open. Inside, I could hear the sound of a television, the clinking of dishes, and the muffled sound of an argument. It was a domestic symphony of imperfection. A plastic tricycle lay overturned on the sidewalk, one of its wheels missing. A dog barked at me from behind a chain-link fence, its tail wagging even as it growled. I stopped at a small corner store and bought a cheap sketchbook and a box of soft pencils. I didn't want a camera. I wanted something that required the direct intervention of my hand, something where the errors were mine and mine alone. I sat on a bus stop bench and opened the book to the first page. The white paper was blinding. It was a void, but a fertile one. I looked at a fire hydrant across the street. It was painted a garish, peeling red. It was ugly. It was utilitarian. It was leaking a tiny, persistent stream of water that had carved a dark path through the grime of the gutter. I began to draw. My hand was shaky. The first line was too thick, the second too slanted. It didn't look like a fire hydrant, it looked like a lopsided red thumb. I didn't erase it. I drew another line, then another. I shaded the underside where the rust was thickest. I drew the puddle. I drew the reflection of the sky in the puddle, a jagged, broken thing. It was a terrible drawing. It was clumsy and amateurish. And as I looked at it, I felt a sob rise in my throat, not of sadness, but of relief. I had made something that could be thrown away. I had made something that didn't deserve to be in a gallery. I had made something that was only for me in this moment on this bench, under this gray sky. The bus arrived, hissing as it knelt toward the curb. I didn't get on. I watched the doors open and close, watched the faces behind the glass, tired, bored, expectant faces. And then the bus pulled away, leaving a cloud of blue exhaust that hung in the air for a few seconds before dissipating. I turned the page and started again. This time I tried to draw the motion of the bus leaving. I didn't try to draw the bus itself, but the way the light smeared behind it. I moved the pencil fast, letting the lead snap under the pressure. I was trying to capture the gone-ness of it. "That's not half bad," a voice said. I looked up. An old woman was standing there, holding a grocery bag. She was squinting at my sketchbook through thick glasses. "It's a mess," I said, smiling. "Everything's a mess if you look close enough," she replied, shifting her weight. "But it's got a bit of speed to it. I like speed. Most people draw like they're trying to catch a cold." She shuffled off toward the next block, her coat flapping in the wind. I stayed on that bench until the sun was completely gone and the streetlights took over. My hands were covered in graphite now, the gray dust mixing with the charcoal stains from the house. My fingers were cold, but I didn't mind. The cold was a reminder that I had skin. I eventually made my way back to the warehouse. The lights were on in the upper windows. I climbed the stairs and pushed open the door. Alina was standing at the window, her silhouette sharp against the city lights. She didn't turn around when I entered. "You stayed out late," she said. "I was drawing," I said. She turned then, her eyes dropping to the sketchbook in my hand. A small, knowing smile touched her lips. "With a pencil, that's a long way from a Nikon." "It's slower," I said. "You have to feel the paper resist you." She walked over and took the book from my hand. She flipped through the few pages I had filled, the lopsided hydrant, the smear of the bus, a quick sketch of a pigeon's wing. She didn't say anything for a long time. She touched the graphite with her thumb, smudging the hydrant even further. "It's honest," she said finally. "It's ugly and it's clumsy and it's absolutely honest." She handed the book back to me. I finished the map. I walked over to the work table. The charcoal drawing was gone, or rather, it was the foundation for something entirely different. She had used oils, thick, impasto strokes of ochre, deep violet, and a startling electric green. The house was no longer a prison. It had been transformed into a ruin. She had painted vines growing through the velvet walls. She had painted the ceiling collapsing to reveal a sky full of chaotic, unblinking stars. She had painted the curator, but he wasn't a man anymore. He was a statue of salt, crumbling under the weight of a sudden rain. "It's beautiful," I whispered. "No," she corrected me. "It's alive. Beautiful is for things that are finished. This is still moving." We stood there together, looking at the painting. The smell of linseed oil and turpentine was thick in the air, a heady, intoxicating scent that felt like the opposite of developer fluid. It was the smell of creation, not preservation. "What happens tomorrow?" I asked. Alina leaned against the table, her shoulder brushing mine. "Tomorrow, we wake up. We drink terrible coffee. We make more messes. We fail at something new. And if we're lucky, we'll forget half of what we did today so we can do it differently the next time." I looked out the window at the industrial district. The empty house was out there somewhere, a puncture wound in the fabric of the city, but it felt smaller now. It felt like a memory of a bad dream, the kind that fades as soon as you touch the cold floor with your bare feet. I reached out and took Alina's hand. Her skin was rough, calloused, and warm. It was the most real thing I had ever touched. "I think I'm ready to be forgotten," I said. "Good," she replied. "That's when the real work starts." We stayed there in the quiet of the warehouse, two people in a room full of unfinished things, while outside the world continued its glorious entropic slide toward the dark, unconcerned with being captured, unbothered by being lost, and perfectly, wonderfully, terrifyingly free. The house was empty, the frames were broken, and for the first time in my life I wasn't looking for a camera to prove I was there. I was just there, and that was enough. The night didn't settle, it vibrated. In the warehouse, the silence was composed of 1,000 tiny, industrious noises. The settling of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator in the corner, the distant, rhythmic thud of a bass line from a passing car blocks away. It was a textured silence, a far cry from the vacuum-sealed quiet of the house where sound seemed to be swallowed by the velvet before it could even reach your ears. Here, sound traveled. It bounced. It decayed. Alina moved away from the window and began to clean her brushes with a methodical intensity. She dipped them into a jar of mineral spirits, the liquid swirling into a murky, galactic swirl of discarded pigments. The clinking of the metal ferrule against the glass was a sharp, grounding punctuation. I watched her hands. They were stained, scarred, and certain. She didn't look for perfection in her tools. She looked for utility. "You're staring, Thomas," she said, not looking up. "It's a habit you need to break. Observing isn't the same as seeing. Observing is what you do when you're afraid to participate." "I'm learning the difference," I said, leaning back against the cool brick wall. My sketchbook felt heavy in my lap, a physical weight that anchored me to the present. In the house, staring was the only currency we had. If you stopped looking at something, it felt like it might cease to exist. Or worse, you might. She wiped a brush on a rag that was already a sunset of dried oils. "The house fed on your attention. It's a parasite of the gaze. Out here, things exist whether you look at them or not. The tree doesn't care if you draw it. The river doesn't care if you name it. That's the terror of the real world. It's complete indifference to your perspective." I thought about the curator's face, that smooth porcelain mask of simulated concern. He had cared deeply about my perspective. He had curated it. He had pruned my memories like a bonsai tree until only the aesthetically pleasing shapes remained. He had offered me a world where I was the center, the sole witness, the ultimate authority on my own stagnation. "I think I prefer the indifference," I said. "It's more honest," Alina agreed. She set the brushes aside and looked at the map-turned landscape. "I'm going to leave this here. I'm not going to frame it. I'm not going to varnish it. I want the dust to settle into the wet paint. I want the air to change the colors as they dry. I want it to be part of the room." She walked over to a small hot plate and set a kettle on it. The orange coil began to glow, a fierce, artificial sun in the dimness. "Tea." "Please." As the water began to hiss, I opened my sketchbook again. I didn't look for a subject. I just let the pencil wander. I drew the curve of the kettle. I drew the steam rising in a chaotic, unpredictable plume. I drew the way the light from the hot plate threw long, distorted shadows of Alina's legs across the floor. It wasn't a study. It was just a record of a moment that was already passing. By the time the pencil left the paper, the steam had changed shape, the light had shifted, and the moment was gone. And I was okay with that. We sat on the floor drinking tea that tasted like cheap leaves and iron-rich tap water. It was hot enough to sting. "What was your first camera?" Alina asked suddenly. I had to reach back, past the silver rings and the obsidian faces, into a part of my memory that felt dusty and neglected. A Pentax K1000. My father gave it to me when I was 12. It was heavy, all metal and glass. He told me that if I learned to use it, I'd never be lonely because I'd always have something to look at. I laughed, a dry, rasping sound. He was wrong. It made me the loneliest person in the world. It put a wall between me and everything else. I spent 30 years looking through a viewfinder, waiting for the perfect moment to happen so I could kill it and pin it to a board. And now I don't have a wall. It's loud. Everything is hitting me at once. The light, the noise, the way people move. It's like being flayed. Alina nodded, blowing steam off her mug. That's the price of admission. You spend your life building armor out of art, out of vision, out of your own cleverness. But the only way to actually live is to let yourself be raw. You have to be willing to be hurt by the beauty of a garbage truck. We finished the tea in silence. The warehouse felt larger now, the shadows stretching into the corners where crates of old canvases and rusted machinery lay dormant. I felt a strange urge to explore, not with the predatory curiosity of a photographer, but with the aimless wonder of a child. I stood up and wandered toward the back of the space. There was a stack of old window frames leaning against a support pillar, their glass long gone, leaving only the wooden skeletons. I looked through one of them. It framed a section of the brick wall, a patch of peeling gray paint, and a spiderweb that was shivering in a draft. "Is this art?" I asked, pointing through the empty frame. "Only if you're trying to sell it," Alina called out from the table. "Otherwise, it's just a hole in a piece of wood. Don't fall back into the trap, Thomas. Don't start framing the world again." I pulled my hand back, feeling a flush of shame. She was right. The habit of composition was a hard one to break. I wanted to turn everything into a shot. I wanted to find the golden ratio in the rubble. I walked past the frames to a heavy wooden door that led to a small balcony overlooking the alley. I pushed it open. The night air was sharp and smelled of wet pavement and old exhaust. Below, the alley was a canyon of shadows. A single yellow light flickered above a service entrance across the way, casting a sickly, rhythmic pulse onto the brickwork. I leaned over the railing. My hand, still stained with charcoal and graphite, gripped the cold iron. For a moment, a flash of vertigo hit me. Not the fear of falling, but the fear of disappearing into the dark. In the house, the dark was a solid thing, a wall you could lean against. Here, the dark was just an absence. It was a space where anything could happen, where the unknown wasn't a threat, but a condition. I looked up. The sky wasn't black. It was a bruised purple, glowing with the reflected light of a million street lamps, office buildings, and television screens. There were no stars, just the hazy, electric hum of the city's heartbeat. I remembered a conversation I'd had with the woman in the house who played the violin. She had been there for what felt like decades. She told me once that she had forgotten what it felt like to play a wrong note. In the house, every note she struck was perfect. Every vibrato was exactly where it should be, because the house didn't allow for mistakes. It only allowed for repetitions. She was terrified of leaving, because she didn't think she could handle the sound of a string snapping or a finger slipping. I wondered where she was now. Was she still in that room, her bow frozen in midair, a prisoner of her own perfection? Or had she finally let the bow fall? I closed my eyes and listened. The city was a discordant, beautiful mess. A dog barked. A siren screamed. A woman laughed somewhere far below. A bottle shattered. It was a symphony of errors, a masterpiece of the unintended. Thomas. Alina was standing in the doorway, her silhouette framed by the warm yellow light of the warehouse. "I'm okay," I said, not turning around. "I'm just listening." "It's a lot to take in." "It's everything," I said. "That's the problem, it's just everything." She came to the railing and stood beside me. She didn't look at the city, she looked at the sky. "When I first moved here, I used to hate the light pollution. I missed the stars. I thought the city was hiding the truth of the universe. But then I realized that the city is asterisk the truth. All this light, all this noise, it's just us trying to stay warm. It's just us saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here." I looked at my hands in the flickering yellow light of the alley. The charcoal stains were fading, being replaced by the mundane grime of the city. I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of gratitude for the grime. It was proof of contact. It was the residue of being alive. "I think I'm going to go for a walk," I said. "Now it's 3 a.m. I don't want to wait for the sun. I want to see the city when it's breathing in." Alina smiled. It was a tired, honest smile. "Don't get lost, or do. It doesn't really matter as long as you keep moving." "I won't get lost," I said. "I've spent 3 years in a place where it was impossible to be found. I think I know the difference now." I grabbed my jacket and my sketchbook. I didn't take a pencil. I figured I'd find something to draw with along the way. A piece of chalk, a charred stick, a bit of lead. The world was full of marking tools if you knew how to look. I walked down the stairs, the sound of my boots on the metal treads echoing in the empty stairwell. It was a loud, confident sound. I pushed open the street door and stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was even colder now, but it felt good. It felt like a slap to the face, a reminder that my body was a thing that could feel temperature, a thing that could react. I started walking toward the center of the city, toward the place where the lights were brightest. As I walked, I noticed things I would have missed before. The way the frost was beginning to crystallize on the windshields of parked cars. The way a discarded newspaper was tumbling down the street like a dead bird. The way the shadows of the fire escapes looked like ribcage against the brick walls. I found a piece of red chalk on the ground near a construction site. I picked it up. It was gritty and dry. I stopped at a concrete pillar under an overpass and drew a single long line. It wasn't a shape. It wasn't a figure. It was just a mark, a red gash against the gray concrete. "I was here," the mark said, "and now I am gone." I kept walking. I crossed a bridge where the river below was a black ribbon of moving silk. I saw a man sleeping on a bench, wrapped in a cocoon of blankets. He wasn't a subject for a photograph. He wasn't a study in poverty. He was a man, sleeping, dreaming of something I would never know. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of respect for his privacy, for the impenetrable fortress of his own mind. I didn't draw him. I just nodded to him as I passed, a silent acknowledgement of our shared existence in the dark. By the time I reached the downtown core, the first hints of dawn were beginning to bleed into the eastern sky. It wasn't a dramatic sunrise. It was a slow, gray filtering of light, like milk being poured into ink. The buildings began to take on shape and volume, losing their two-dimensional quality. I found myself standing in front of a large, glass-fronted building. It was a gallery. I could see the white walls inside, the perfectly spaced spotlights, the hushed, sterile atmosphere even through the locked doors. There was a sign in the window, a sleek, minimalist poster announcing a new exhibition. The Captured Moment, a retrospective of 20th century street photography. I looked at the images on the poster. They were beautiful, they were perfect, they were dead. They were moments that had been snatched from the flow of time and preserved in amber, robbed of their context, their sound, and their smell. They were exactly what I used to strive for. I felt a wave of nausea, not because the photos were bad, but because I realized how much I had hated the world when I was taking them. I had treated the world like a resource to be mined, a collection of moments to be harvested for my own glory. I hadn't loved the people I photographed. I had loved the way they looked in my viewfinder. I turned away from the gallery and looked at the street. A bus was pulling up to a stop. A man in a suit was checking his watch. A woman was walking a small, shivering dog. A street sweeper was making its slow, whirling way down the gutter. None of it was perfect. None of it was captured. It was all leaking, changing, and disappearing even as I watched it. I took out my sketchbook and the piece of red chalk. I didn't look at the paper. I looked at the street. I began to draw, my hand moving in a frantic, blurred motion. I wasn't trying to draw the bus or the man or the dog. I was trying to draw the friction between them. I was trying to draw the way the air felt as it was displaced by the moving vehicles. I was trying to draw the passage of time itself. The chalk snapped in my hand, leaving a jagged red smear across the page. I laughed. I laughed until my chest ached and the man in the suit looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and pity. "You okay, buddy?" he asked, keeping his distance. "I'm perfect," I said, wiping a tear from my eye with a graphite-stained hand. "I'm absolutely, wonderfully imperfect." He shook his head and stepped onto the bus. The doors hissed shut and he was gone. I looked at the drawing. It was a mess. It was a chaotic tangle of red lines and smudges. It looked like nothing, and yet it felt more like the truth than any photograph I had ever taken. It was a record of an encounter, a physical manifestation of a moment that I had actually participated in. I closed the sketchbook and tucked it under my arm. The sun was up now, a pale, watery disk hanging over the city. The shadows were sharp and long, cutting the streets into geometric patterns. I started walking back toward the warehouse. I wasn't in a hurry. I stopped to look at a puddle. I stopped to listen to a bird. I stopped to feel the wind on my face. I thought about the empty house. I wondered if it was still there, sitting in its pocket of distorted time, waiting for the next person who was too afraid to live. I wondered if the curator was looking at my empty room, wondering where his masterpiece had gone. But then I realized it didn't matter. The house only had power if you believed in the permanence of the image. Once you accepted that everything was a work in progress, the house became nothing more than a basement full of old furniture. I reached the warehouse just as the neighborhood was beginning to wake up. The sound of metal shop doors being rolled up, the clatter of delivery trucks, the distant shout of a foreman. It was a beautiful, industrial morning. I climbed the stairs and entered the warehouse. Elena was asleep on the sofa, a book face down on her chest. The painting we had worked on was leaning against the wall, the colors muted in the morning light but still vibrant, still moving. I walked over to the table and laid my sketchbook down. I looked at the red smear on the page. It was already starting to fade, the chalk dust beginning to lift from the paper. I picked up a pencil, a real pencil, sharp and yellow, and wrote at the bottom of the page beneath the red chaos, "Thomas Amateur, Day 1. I sat down in the chair by the window and watched the city. I didn't try to frame it. I didn't try to capture it. I just let it happen to me. I let the light change. I let the shadows move. I let the world move on, and for the first time in my life, I was moving right along with it. I wasn't a ghost. I wasn't a masterpiece. I was just a man in a room with dirty hands and a tired heart, waiting to see what would happen next. And for now, that was more than enough. It was everything. The radiator in the corner of the warehouse began to clank, a rhythmic, metallic coughing fit that signaled the building's grudging acceptance of the morning. Elena stirred on the sofa, the book sliding from her chest to the floor with a dull thud. She didn't wake with the startled jerk of someone who had something to hide. She simply opened her eyes and became part of the room again, as naturally as the light hitting the floorboards. "You're back," she said, her voice raspy with sleep. She sat up, pushing a stray lock of hair behind an ear stained with cobalt blue. "Did you find what you were looking for, or did you just get cold?" "Both," I said. I was still vibrating from the walk, my nerves humming like high-tension wires. I handed her the sketchbook, open to the page with the red chalk smear and the shaky inscription at the bottom. She looked at it for a long time. She didn't tilt her head to find a better angle or squint to discern a hidden shape. She just let her eyes rest on the mess. Amateur, she whispered, a small smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. That's a dangerous word, Thomas. It comes from the Latin asterisk amere asterisk, to love. It means you're doing it for the sake of the thing itself, not for the result. Most people spend their whole lives trying to get away from being an amateur. They want to be experts. They want to be masters. But a master is just someone who has run out of ways to be surprised. I don't think I'll ever run out of ways to be surprised again, I said. I sat on the edge of the wooden table, my legs heavy. The gallery downtown. I saw the posters. My old life is a retrospective now. It felt like looking at my own headstone. Good, Alina said, standing up and stretching. Her joints popped in the quiet room. Dead men don't have to worry about their reputation. They don't have to maintain the brand. You've been given the rarest gift there is, a clean slate that's already been through the fire. Now, we have to figure out what you're going to eat. Being a reborn soul is hungry work. She moved to a small, cluttered kitchenette that I hadn't noticed in the dimness of the previous night. It was a chaotic assembly of mismatched plates, jars of dried beans, and a toaster that looked like it had survived a laboratory explosion. She started cracking eggs into a bowl, the sound sharp and definitive. While I'm doing this, go look in the far corner, she directed, nodding toward a section of the warehouse shrouded by a heavy canvas curtain. There's a trunk. It belonged to the man who lived here before me. He was a set designer for the old theaters before they all turned into parking lots. He didn't believe in throwing anything away if it could still catch the light. I walked over to the curtain. The fabric was thick and smelled of dust and old stage weight. I pulled it aside to find a space overflowing with the detritus of 1,000 imaginary worlds. There were wooden swords, velvet capes turning gray with age, and a pile of gilded picture frames that had been stripped of their canvases. But in the center was a heavy steamer trunk, its leather straps cracked and dry. I knelt and unlatched it. Inside, nestled in yellow tissue paper, were dozens of glass prisms of varying sizes and shapes. Some were teardrops from chandeliers. Others were heavy, industrial-grade blocks of leaded glass meant for ship portholes or laboratory equipment. At the very bottom, I found a collection of old-fashioned stereoscope slides, double images of Victorian gardens and mountain ranges that, when viewed correctly, created an illusion of depth. I picked up a large, triangular prism and held it up to the morning sun streaming through the high windows. The light hit the glass and shattered. A rainbow smeared across my chest, vibrating with the slight tremor of my hand. He used those to test how light would break across a stage, Alina called out over the sizzle of the eggs. He said the most important part of a play wasn't the actors or the dialogue, but the atmosphere. If you can control the way the air feels, you can make the audience believe anything. The house knew that too. It controlled the atmosphere. It made the air feel heavy with significance, so you wouldn't notice it was empty. I turned the prism in my hand. In the house, there were no rainbows. The light was always perfect, but it was flat. It was optimized. It didn't have any edges. That's because perfection is a circle, Alina said, coming over with 2 plates of eggs and scorched toast. It's closed. It's a loop. But life is a refracted line. It hits an obstacle, it bends, it breaks into colors you didn't know were there, and then it keeps going into the dark. We ate standing up, the plates balanced on the edge of the trunk. The food was simple, salty, and real. Every swallow felt like a reaffirmation of my physical presence. I looked at the prisms and then at the empty frames leaning against the wall. I want to build something, I said suddenly. The idea hadn't formed fully, but I could feel it pressing against the back of my skull. Not a photograph, not a drawing, something that uses the light instead of just recording it. Alina chewed slowly, watching me. A machine. No, an instrument. Something that changes when the world changes. Something that can't be finished. She nodded as if I had just suggested something as mundane as painting a fence. There's a welding torch in the basement, and plenty of scrap metal in the alley. But remember the rule, Thomas. If it starts looking like a piece, break it. If you start thinking about how it will look in a catalog, throw it away. You're not making art, you're making a way to see. The next few days were a blur of heat, sparks, and the scent of ozone. I spent my hours in the alley and the basement, dragging pieces of rusted rebar and discarded copper piping into the light. I wasn't a craftsman. My welds were ugly, bubbling heaps of blackened metal, but they held. I began to construct a sprawling, skeletal structure that climbed the brick wall of the warehouse near the window. It looked like a dead vine made of iron. To this vine, I began to wire the prisms. I hung them at different angles, some close to the glass, some deep in the shadows of the room. I used thin copper wire to suspend the glass teardrops so they would sway in the slightest draft from the door. I worked until my fingers were sliced and my eyes ached from the glare of the torch. I didn't sketch the design. I didn't plan the angles. I simply waited for the sun to move across the floor, and when a beam hit a certain spot, I would weld a bracket there to catch it. Alina watched me from her easel, occasionally offering a tool or a word of caution when I got too close to the flame. She didn't critique the work. She treated me like a weather pattern, something that was happening in the room that required observation but not interference. On the fourth day, the clouds that had been hovering over the city finally broke. It was late afternoon, the golden hour that photographers crave for its warmth and its ability to make even the most hideous landscape look romantic. I stood back, wiping grease from my forehead. The structure was finished. It was an eyesore, a jagged, rusted tangle of metal that looked like it belonged in a junkyard. "Watch," I whispered. As the sun sank lower, the first beam hit the topmost prism. A needle of violet light shot across the room and struck a second, larger block of glass. The block caught the violet and expanded it, throwing a shimmering, distorted map of the city's skyline onto the ceiling. As the wind caught the hanging teardrops, the map began to ripple. The buildings on the ceiling wavered as if they were underwater. Then, a second beam hit a shard of green glass I had found in the alley. A wash of emerald flooded the corner where Alina's old canvases were stacked, illuminating the layers of dust and the texture of the weave. "It's a projector," Alina said, her voice quiet. "No," I said, "it's a clock, but it doesn't tell you what time it is. It just tells you that time is moving." We stood there in silence as the sun continued its descent. The room became a kaleidoscope of accidental beauty. The rusted metal of the frame cast long, skeletal shadows that intersected with the vibrant splashes of color. A red prism caught the light of a passing car's brake lights in the alley, sending a pulse of crimson racing across the floor like a heartbeat. It was chaotic. It was messy. It was completely unphotographable. To try to take a picture of it would be to lose the movement, the vibration, the way the colors bled into each other and vanished as soon as a cloud passed. "The curator would hate this," I said, a strange sense of peace settling over me. "He'd say it lacks composition. He'd say it's too dependent on external factors." "The curator is a man who wants to live in a museum," Alina said, her shadow stretching out to touch the light on the wall. "But a museum is just a fancy word for a tomb. You've built something that's alive, Thomas. It's as temperamental as the weather." As the last of the sun dipped below the horizon, the colors faded. The violet vanished, the emerald dimmed, and the clock returned to being a pile of junk against a brick wall. The room was plunged into the blue-gray twilight of the city. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of loss, the old instinct to save the moment rising up in my throat. I wanted to turn on the lights, to find a way to make it stay. I wanted to reach out and grab the color before it was gone. But I didn't. I stayed still. I let the dark come. "What now?" I asked. "Now we have a drink," Alina said, moving toward the small refrigerator. "And then we sleep. And tomorrow, the sun will come up at a different angle, and the light will be a different color, and the machine will show you something else. That's the trick, Thomas. You have to be okay with the fact that you'll never see the same thing twice. I looked at the dark shape of the structure. I realized that for the first time in years, I wasn't thinking about the next shot. I wasn't thinking about my legacy or my vision. I was just thinking about the morning. I was wondering what color the light would be when it hit the rusted iron at 7:00 a.m. I walked over to the window and looked out at the city. The lights were coming on, thousands of tiny, flickering points of human intent. Somewhere out there, the empty house was still standing, its rooms filled with the ghosts of people who had traded their lives for a perfect image. I could almost hear the silence of it, the heavy, suffocating stillness of a place where nothing ever changed. I turned back to the room. Elena was holding out a glass of something dark and bitter-smelling. I took it, my hand steady. "To the amateurs," she said, raising her glass. "To the amateurs," I repeated. I took a sip. It burned. It was sharp, unpleasant, and entirely real. I leaned against the cool brick wall and listened to the city breathing through the cracks in the window frame. I was tired, I was broke, and I had no idea what I was going to do with the rest of my life. I had never felt more awake. The night wore on, the warehouse settling into its bones. We didn't talk much. There was no need to fill the space with words when the space itself was so full of potential. I found myself looking at the sketchbook on the table. The red smear was still there, but in the dim light, it looked less like a mistake and more like a beginning. I picked up a piece of charcoal from Elena's tray. I didn't draw a scene. I didn't draw a face. I just sat by the window and waited for the moon to rise. When it did, a thin, silver sliver of light found its way through the glass and touched one of the prisms. A single, cold spark of white light appeared on the opposite wall. I reached out and traced the spark with the charcoal, a small, dark circle around the light. The moon asterisk, I thought, a reflected light from a dead stone, and yet look what it does to the glass. I realized then that the house hadn't just stolen my past. It had tried to steal my relationship with the unknown. It had offered me a world where everything was explained, where every shadow had a source and every light had a purpose. But the real world was full of lights that came from nowhere and shadows that didn't fit. I lay down on my small cot in the corner, the sketchbook clutched to my chest. I thought about the woman with the violin and the man who collected clocks and all the others who were still trapped in the curator's perfect world. I hoped that one day they would find a way to break a window. I hoped they would find a way to see a rainbow in a puddle of oil. As I drifted off to sleep, the last thing I saw was that single, silver spark on the wall. It was small. It was fleeting. It was gone before I could even finish the thought. And it was beautiful. I woke up before dawn, the air in the warehouse crisp and smelling of old rain. Elena was still asleep, her breathing a slow, rhythmic counterpoint to the distant hum of the city. I got up quietly and walked over to the clock. The world was still gray, the sun hasn't yet cleared the skyline. But in the pre-dawn light, the prisms looked like teeth, sharp and expectant. I felt a sudden urge to leave, not to run away, but to expand. The warehouse had been a sanctuary, a decompression chamber where I could learn to breathe again. But a sanctuary can easily become another kind of house if you stay too long. I found a scrap of paper and wrote a note to Elena. "Gone to find more glass. I'll be back when the shadows change." I didn't take much, just my jacket, my sketchbook, and the piece of red chalk. I left the door unlocked, knowing that in this part of the city, that was an act of faith. The street was empty, the pavement damp with dew. I started walking, my eyes scanning the gutters and the trash heaps. I wasn't looking for art. I was looking for the things the city had discarded, the broken bottles, the twisted wire, the shards of mirrors. I was going to build something bigger. I was going to turn the whole city into a clock. As I turned the corner, I saw a small boy sitting on a stoop, watching a beetle crawl across a crack in the concrete. He didn't have a camera. He didn't have a sketchbook. He was just watching, his chin in his hands, his eyes wide with a quiet, uncritical wonder. I stopped and watched him for a moment. He didn't notice me. He was too busy being part of the moment. I smiled, a real, uncurated smile that reached my eyes. I reached into my pocket, took out the piece of red chalk and set it on the stoop next to him. He looked up, startled, his eyes meeting mine. "For the cracks," I said, pointing to the concrete. He looked at the chalk, then back at me. He didn't say thank you. He didn't need to. He just picked up the chalk and drew a bright, messy red line right next to the beetle's path. I kept walking, the sound of my boots on the pavement a steady, grounding beat. The sun was finally beginning to crest the buildings, and the first beam of light hit the street, turning the wet asphalt into a river of gold. I didn't try to capture it. I just walked right into the middle of it, letting the light blind me, letting the heat of it soak into my skin. I was moving. I was changing. I was an amateur in a world that was being born again every second. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of the dark, because the dark was just the place where the next light was waiting to happen. I looked up at the sky, which was now a brilliant, aching blue. I thought about the curator and the silver rings and the obsidian faces. They felt like a dream I had once, a long time ago, in a life that belonged to someone else. I was Thomas, I was an amateur, and it was day one. I turned down a new street, one I hadn't explored yet, and disappeared into the crowd of people waking up to the beautiful, imperfect, and completely unframeable day. The city at 6 in the morning was a different creature than the one I had known as a master. Previously, I would have been scouting for the symmetry of reflected skyscrapers in puddles, or the way the steam rose from a manhole cover in a perfect, cinematic plume. I would have been looking for the shot that looked like a painting. Now, I was looking for the things that resisted being framed. I found myself in a district of old textile mills, their brickwork blackened by a century of soot. The sun was hitting the upper stories, turning the grime into a velvet texture. I stopped at a chain-link fence where a collection of plastic grocery bags had become snagged in the wire. In my old life, I would have seen them as litter, a blemish on the urban landscape. But as the wind caught them, they inflated and collapsed like translucent lungs, shifting from bone white to a pale, sickly yellow as the light filtered through the polyethylene. They were dancing. It was a clumsy, frantic ballet performed by refuse, and it was the most honest thing I had seen all morning. I reached out and touched the fence. The vibration of a passing truck hummed through the metal and into my fingertips. I wasn't thinking about the aperture or the ISO. I was thinking about the resistance of the plastic against the wind. I spent the next 3 hours scavenging. I found a hubcap with a deep, mirrored dent that distorted the world into a funhouse nightmare. I found a handful of heavy industrial springs and a coil of rusted copper wire that someone had stripped from a construction site. My pockets grew heavy, and I carried the hubcap under my arm like a shield. I felt like a madman or a child, or perhaps both. By noon, I found myself in a small, neglected park squeezed between 2 towering apartment blocks. In the center was a fountain that had long since stopped flowing, its concrete basin filled with dead leaves and a few inches of stagnant rainwater. A group of pigeons huddled near the rim. I sat on a bench and opened my sketchbook. I didn't try to draw the fountain. Instead, I tried to draw the way the wind moved the surface of the water, the overlapping ripples that canceled each other out, the way the reflection of the sky broke into 1,000 jagged pieces and then pulled itself back together. My hand moved with a frantic, messy energy. The lines were thick and ugly, overlapping until the paper began to pill and tear. "You're doing it wrong," a voice said. I looked up. An old man was sitting on the other end of the bench. He was wearing a coat that had been patched so many times it looked like a topographical map of a country that didn't exist. He was peeling an orange, the zest scenting the air with a sharp, acidic brightness. "Probably," I said, looking down at my ruined page. I'm an amateur." The man grunted, popping a segment of orange into his mouth. "Amateurs try to get it right. Idiots try to make it pretty. You look like you're trying to catch a ghost." "I'm trying to see how the water moves," I explained. "Water doesn't move one way," the man said. "It moves every way at once. You can't draw that with a pencil. You need to be the water." He threw a piece of orange peel into the fountain. It bobbed on the surface, a bright splash of citrus against the gray concrete. The ripples from the impact radiated outward, intersecting with the wind-driven waves. For a second, a complex geometric pattern appeared on the surface, a fleeting blueprint of physics in action. Then it was gone. "See," he said, "it's gone. If you spend your time trying to remember what it looked like, you'll miss the next thing." He stood up, brushing crumbs from his lap, and walked away without another word. I looked at the orange peel floating in the water. He was right. The house had been a machine for remembering, a way to freeze the world so it could be studied and categorized. But the world didn't want to be studied. It wanted to be lived. I tore the page out of my sketchbook, crumpled it into a ball, and tossed it into the fountain next to the orange peel. I felt a strange, light-headed sense of relief. I wasn't mourning the drawing. I was celebrating the fact that I didn't need it anymore. I returned to the warehouse late in the afternoon, my haul of junk clattering in my arms. Alina was sitting on the floor, surrounded by large sheets of heavy watercolor paper. She wasn't painting. She was pouring jars of colored water onto the paper and then tilting the sheets to let the liquid run. "The light changed while you were gone," she said, not looking up. "The machine did something strange around 2 o'clock. A blue light hit the ceiling and stayed there for 20 minutes. It looked like a bruise." "The clouds," I said, dumping my scavenged treasures onto the table. They were heavy over the industrial district. She looked at the hubcap and the copper wire. "What are you going to do with those?" "I'm going to add layers," I said. "The machine is too simple. It only catches the direct light. I want to catch the reflections. I want to catch the shadows of the shadows." I spent the evening working with a feverish intensity. I used the copper wire to suspend the dented hubcap in front of the main window, angling it so it caught the light from the street lamps below. I attached the industrial springs to the frame, creating a series of mobile arms that would vibrate whenever the warehouse floor shook from a passing train. I was no longer interested in the result. I was interested in the mechanics of perception. I wanted to build an eye that was as flawed and sensitive as a human one. As night fell, the warehouse transformed again. The street lamps hit the hubcap, sending a distorted silver glow into the room. Because of the dent, the light didn't sit still. It seemed to swirl and pulse, a ghost of a galaxy spinning on the brick wall. When a train passed a few blocks away, the springs began to hum, and the prisms danced, sending needles of light darting across the dark space like panicked insects. Alina stood in the center of the room, her arms crossed. "It's terrifying," she whispered. "It looks like the room is breathing." "It is," I said. "It's breathing the city." We sat in the dark for a long time, watching the accidental cinema of the street. I realized that I didn't miss my cameras. I didn't miss the galleries. I didn't even miss the feeling of being someone. There was a profound power in being nobody, in being a mere witness to the chaotic, unscripted glory of the universe. "The curator will come for you, you know," Alina said suddenly. Her voice was low, barely audible over the hum of the springs. "Let him come," I said. "He won't find anything he recognizes. He deals in certainties. He deals in the perfect image. He can't see this." "He sees everything that belongs to him," she countered. "And he thinks you belong to him. You were his greatest achievement, Thomas. You were the man who proved that life could be perfected." "I was the man who proved that life could be killed," I corrected. "There's a difference." I looked at the swirling light on the wall. It was messy, distorted, and beautiful. It was everything the house wasn't. It was a reminder that even in the dark there is movement. Even in the silence there is a hum. "I'm going back," I said. Alina stiffened, Back to the house. No, to the gallery downtown, the retrospective. I want to see it one last time, not as the artist, but as a ghost. I want to see what I left behind. It's dangerous, she warned. The house has a long reach. If you step back into that world, it might try to pull you under again. I have my anchor now, I said, touching the rusted iron of the machine. I know what's real. The next morning, I dressed in the cleanest clothes I had, a pair of worn work pants and a faded black sweater I had found in the set designer's trunk. I didn't look like a world-famous photographer. I looked like a man who had spent his life moving furniture. The gallery was a temple of glass and white marble in the heart of the city's financial district. A large banner hung over the entrance, featuring my name in elegant, minimalist font. Thomas Vane, The Final Light, a retrospective. I walked through the doors, my heart hammering against my ribs. The air inside was chilled, filtered, and smelled faintly of expensive floor wax. It was the air of the house. The rooms were crowded. People in expensive coats moved in hushed silence from one photograph to another. They spoke in whispers, their voices full of a reverent, hollow awe. I walked among them, a stranger at my own funeral. The photographs were massive, printed on high-gloss paper and mounted in heavy black frames. They were technically perfect. The lighting was flawless. The composition was mathematically precise. They were images of streets, of faces, of landscapes. But as I looked at them, I realized they were all empty. There was no wind in the trees. There was no blood in the veins of the people. There was no time in the shadows. They were moments that had been taxidermied. I stopped in front of a photograph of a woman standing by a window. It was a shot I had taken years ago, one that had made my reputation. The light hit her cheek at a perfect 45-degree angle. Every eyelash was in focus. It was a masterpiece of composition. But as I looked at it now, I remembered the day I took it. I remembered that the woman had been crying because she had just lost her job. I remembered that the room had been stiflingly hot and smelled of burnt coffee. None of that was in the photograph. I had edited it all out. I had waited for the moment she stopped crying, for the moment the light was right, and I had captured a lie. "It's haunting, isn't it?" a woman next to me whispered. She was clutching a glass of champagne, her eyes wide as she stared at the print. The way he captures the stillness, it's like he found a way to stop time. "He didn't stop time," I said, my voice sounding harsh in the quiet room. "He just ignored it." The woman looked at me, frowning. "I beg your pardon." "Time is messy," I said. "It's full of dust and sweat and mistakes. This is just a vacuum." She pulled away from me, her expression one of polite distaste. I didn't care. I moved through the gallery, feeling a growing sense of revulsion. Every image was a cell in a prison of my own making. I had spent decades building these walls, brick by perfect brick, and I had invited the world to come and admire the architecture of my confinement. In the final room, there was a single, small photograph mounted on a pedestal. It was the last thing I had taken before I went to the house, a shot of a single candle flame in a dark room. The curator was standing next to it. He looked exactly the same as he had in the house, the same silver rings, the same tailored suit, the same expression of placid, terrifying neutrality. He was talking to a small group of wealthy-looking patrons, his voice a smooth, hypnotic purr. Vane understood that the ultimate goal of art is the elimination of the accidental, the curator was saying. He sought the essence of the form, stripped of the distractions of the material world. This candle isn't just a candle, it is the idea of light itself. I walked up to him, my boots clunking loudly on the marble floor. The patrons turned to look at me, their faces flickering with annoyance at the interruption. The curator didn't look surprised. He turned to me with a small, knowing smile. "Ah," he said, "the man of the hour, you've come to see your legacy." "I've come to see my mistakes," I said. The curator's smile didn't waver. Mistakes are simply the parts of the vision that haven't been refined yet. But look around you, Thomas. This is the result of your refinement. This is what remains when the noise is gone. It's a graveyard, I said. It is a temple, he countered. A place where the beautiful is preserved forever. Isn't that what you wanted, to be immortal? I looked at the photograph of the candle. It was beautiful. It was also dead. It didn't flicker. It didn't give off heat. It didn't consume itself. It was a light that didn't know how to go out. I'd rather be a shadow that moves than a light that's frozen, I said. The curator stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. You're playing a dangerous game, Thomas. You think you've escaped. You think that warehouse and that woman are real, but they are just another kind of frame. You're still trying to find a way to see. Why struggle? Why deal with the grit and the rust when you can have this? He gestured to the room, to the wealth, the prestige, the perfect, unmoving beauty. Because this is empty, I said. The house is empty, and the man who made these is empty. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the piece of red chalk. Before the curator could react, I stepped up to the photograph of the candle and drew a thick, jagged red line across the glass of the frame. The sound of the chalk on the glass was like a scream. The room went silent. The patrons gasped, their hands flying to their mouths. The curator's expression didn't change, but for the first time I saw a flicker of something in his eyes, not anger, but a profound, cold disappointment. You've ruined it, he said quietly. No, I said, looking at the red mark. It was vibrant, ugly, and temporary. It was a vibration. I've started it. I turned and walked out of the gallery. I didn't run. I walked with the steady, deliberate pace of a man who knew exactly where he was going. I could hear the curator's voice behind me, calm and terrifyingly patient, as he apologized to the guests and promised that the vandalism would be corrected immediately. But as I stepped out into the street, I knew it couldn't be corrected. Not for me. I had broken the seal. I had reintroduced the accidental into the world of the perfect. The city hit me like a wave, the smell of diesel, the roar of traffic, the chaotic, beautiful mess of millions of lives intersecting in the sunlight. I started to laugh. It was a wild, jagged sound that drew stares from the people on the sidewalk. I didn't care. I walked back toward the warehouse, my eyes wide and hungry. I saw a pigeon with a missing foot, hopping with a frantic, stubborn grace. I saw a puddle of oil that was shimmering with a hidden spectrum of purple and gold. I saw a woman laughing so hard she had to lean against a mailbox for support. I saw the world. When I reached the warehouse, Alina was waiting for me. She was standing by the window, the light from the machine washing over her in a kaleidoscope of blue and silver. Did you find what you were looking for? She asked. I found out that I'm not a ghost, I said. I walked over to the machine and picked up a heavy piece of glass I had found in the industrial district. I'm a builder. I held the glass up to the light. It was thick and full of bubbles, a flawed piece of industrial waste. But as the sun hit it, it bent the light into a shape I had never seen before, a long, curved arc of white that looked like a wing. I began to wire it into the frame. The curator will be back, Alina said. He doesn't like losing his exhibits. Let him come, I said, my hand steady as I twisted the copper wire. He can have the photographs. He can have the reputation. He can even have the name Thomas Vane. I looked at her, and for the first time I saw her clearly, not as a character in a story or a muse or a fellow traveler, but as a person, as messy and complicated and beautiful as the light. Who are you then? She asked, a small smile playing on her lips. I looked at the machine, at the rusted iron and the broken glass, at the way it caught the world and turned it into something new every second. I looked at the red chalk on my fingers. I'm an amateur, I said, and I'm just getting started. The sun began to set, and the warehouse filled with a riot of accidental color. The violet map appeared on the ceiling, the emerald flooded the corner, and the new piece of glass caught a beam of orange light and turned it into a shimmering wing that seemed to beat against the brick wall. It was a mess. It was a disaster. It was a masterpiece. And as the dark began to close in, I didn't reach for a camera. I didn't reach for a sketchbook. I just reached for Alina's hand, and together we stood in the center of the room, two people in a world that wasn't empty, watching the light change and change and change again. The night did not bring the silence of the house. It brought the rhythmic thrum of the city, a low-frequency vibration that traveled through the soles of our feet, up the rusted iron pillars of the warehouse, and into the very heart of the machine. Every passing truck on the viaduct caused the suspended hubcap to shiver, sending silver ripples across the ceiling like moonlight trapped in a jar. The industrial springs groaned softly, a metallic respiration that synced with the distant hiss of air brakes and the faint, rhythmic clinking of a flagpole in the wind. Alina didn't let go of my hand. Her skin was calloused, stained with the faint, sweet scent of linseed oil and the sharp metallic tang of the copper wire we'd been stripping. It was a grounding heat. In the house, touch had felt clinical, a collision of surfaces. Here, it felt like a conductor. "He won't just walk through the door," she said, her voice cutting through the mechanical hum. "That isn't his way. He doesn't reclaim things by force. He reclaims them by making them feel inevitable. He'll wait until you're tired. He'll wait until the novelty of the mess wears off and you start craving the stillness again." "I'm not tired," I said, though my bones ached with a fatigue that felt honest. And the stillness was a lie. It was just a pause button held down until the tape snapped. I moved away from her to adjust one of the prisms. I had found a shard of green bottle glass earlier, thick and jagged, and I lashed it to a pivoting arm made from a discarded windshield wiper. When the light of a distant security pylon hit it, it didn't just refract, it bled. It cast a long, sickly, beautiful smear of emerald across the floor, highlighting the cracks in the concrete. To the curator, those cracks were flaws to be filled with epoxy and polished away. To me, they were the braille of the building's history, the record of every weight it had ever carried. "Look at that," I whispered, pointing to the green smear. "It's not perfect green. It's got a vein of brown in it from a bubble in the glass. It's ugly. It's perfect." Alina stepped into the light. The emerald wash hit her face, bisecting her features. "He's already here, Thomas. Not in the room, in the way you're talking about him. You're still defining yourself against him. As long as you're trying to prove him wrong, he still owns the argument." Her words stung because they were true. I was building a barricade of junk, a frantic manifesto of the discarded, but the shadow of the white marble gallery still loomed in the back of my mind. I was a man shouting at a mountain, convinced that my noise made the mountain smaller. "Then what do?" I asked, dropping the copper wire. "If I don't fight the vacuum, it just fills the room." "You don't fight it," she said, walking toward the center of the machine. She reached out and touched the dented hubcap, setting it spinning. The silver light on the wall became a frantic, strobing blur. "You just stop being an exhibit. You stop looking for the meaning and you start looking for the pulse." She picked up a heavy iron bolt and dropped it into a metal bucket. The asterisk clang echoed, sharp and discordant, vibrating through the prisms. The light danced in response, a frantic, jagged choreography. "Hear that?" she asked. "That's not art, that's just a sound. It doesn't need to be in a gallery to exist. It doesn't need a caption." We spent the rest of the night not as artists, but as children playing in a wreckage. We didn't talk about composition or the essence of form. We talked about the way the wind smelled of rain and wet asphalt. We talked about the sound the radiator made, a series of pings and hisses that sounded like a coded message from a drowned sailor. We ate cold bread and hard cheese, the flavors sharp and real, unrefined by the delicate palates of the world I had left behind. Sometime around 3 in the morning, the warehouse grew truly dark. The street lamps flickered and died, a common occurrence in this district, and for a moment the machine went silent. The city seemed to hold its breath. In that total darkness, I felt a sudden, cold prickle at the back of my neck. It was the feeling of a camera shutter clicking in a room where no one was supposed to be. It was the feeling of being watched by a pair of eyes that didn't blink. "Thomas," Alina whispered. She was standing near the window. I moved to her side. Outside, the street was a canyon of shadows. A single black car sat idling at the corner, its headlights off. It was a sleek, expensive vehicle that looked like a bruise on the face of the neighborhood. A man was standing next to it. He wasn't moving. He was just looking up at our window. Even from 3 stories up, I recognized the silhouette. The posture was too straight, the stillness too absolute. It was the curator. He wasn't shouting. He wasn't waving. He was just witnessing. He was waiting for the light to return so he could categorize the wreckage. "He followed me," I said, my voice flat. "He didn't have to follow you," Alina said. "He knew where you were. He was just waiting for you to finish your rebellion. He thinks this is just a phase, Thomas. A period of raw work before you return to the fold. He probably finds this warehouse charmingly authentic." The thought turned my stomach. The idea that my struggle for reality was being viewed as a stylistic choice, a deliberate flirtation with the gritty, was more insulting than any threat of violence. To the curator, there was no outside. There was only the gallery and the things that hadn't been framed yet. I looked at the machine. In the dark, it looked like a pile of trash, a skeleton of wire and broken glass. Without the light, it was nothing. "He's waiting for the sun," I said. "He wants to see what I've built so he can tell me what it means." "Then don't give it to him," Alina said. She walked to the corner of the room and picked up a heavy sledgehammer we had used to break apart the old crates. She held it out to me. Her eyes were bright, reflecting the faint, ambient glow of the city's distant heart. "You said you're an amateur," she said. "An amateur does it for the love of the thing. And sometimes the thing you love needs to be private. It needs to be yours and no one else's. If he sees it, he frames it. If he frames it, it dies." I took the hammer. It was heavy, the wooden handle smooth and oily. I looked down at the street. The man was still there, a statue in a tailored suit. He was the king of the frozen moment, the master of the still life. He was waiting to turn my life into a still. I looked at the machine. I looked at the copper wire I had spent hours tensioning. I looked at the prisms I had carefully angled to catch the shadows of shadows. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever made, because it was the only thing I had ever made that wasn't a lie. And that was why I had to destroy it. I swung the hammer. The first blow caught the central frame, the rusted iron pipe I'd scavenged from the basement. The sound was a deafening asterisk crack that echoed through the hollow space of the warehouse. The structure groaned, leaning precariously to one side. I swung again. This time, I hit the hubcap. The copper wire snapped with a sound like a violin string breaking, and the silver disc went skittering across the floor, clanging against the brick wall. I didn't stop. I moved through the machine like a whirlwind. I smashed the prisms. I shattered the green bottle glass. I tore down the industrial springs, letting them bounce and hiss across the concrete. I was sweating, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but with every blow I felt lighter. I wasn't destroying art. I was destroying a tether. Alina didn't try to stop me. She stood back, watching with a look of fierce, quiet approval. When the machine was nothing but a heap of tangled wire and shards of glass, I dropped the hammer. The silence that followed was different than the silence of the house. It wasn't a vacuum. It was a clearing. I walked to the window and looked down. The man was gone. The black car was gone. The street was empty, save for a stray cat darting between the shadows of the dumpster. He hadn't stayed to watch the destruction. Perhaps he didn't need to. Or perhaps, for the first time, I had done something he couldn't categorize. A man who builds a masterpiece is an artist he can manage. A man who builds a masterpiece and then smashes it into dust just to keep it from being seen. That was something else. That was a ghost he couldn't catch. I turned back to Alina. The room was dark, but my eyes had adjusted. I could see the curve of her shoulder, the tilt of her head. She wasn't an image, she was a presence. "What now?" she asked. "Now," I said, "we leave, before the sun comes up." "Where?" "Nowhere with a name," I said. "Nowhere with a gallery. I want to go somewhere where the light is just light and the water is just water. I want to go somewhere where I don't have to be Thomas Vane anymore." We didn't take much. A few clothes, a bit of food, and the red chalk. I left the sketchbook on the floor, its pages empty, its spine broken. It was a relic of a man who thought he could capture the world. As we descended the creaking stairs of the warehouse, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't the tightness of anxiety or the hollow ache of loss. It was an expansion. It was the feeling of a shutter opening and staying open, letting in everything: the dust, the noise, the cold, the heat. We stepped out onto the sidewalk. The air was crisp, smelling of the coming dawn. To the east, the sky was beginning to turn a pale, bruised purple, the color of the light I had tried to capture on the warehouse ceiling. I didn't look back at the building. I didn't look for the black car. I just started walking, my hand in Alina's, our footsteps echoing in the early morning quiet. We passed a small grocery store where a man was setting out crates of oranges. The scent hit me sharp, acidic, and bright, just like the old man's orange in the park. I remembered what he had said. If you spend your time trying to remember what it looked like, you'll miss the next thing. I looked at the oranges. I didn't try to memorize their color. I didn't try to calculate the way the street lamp hit their skin. I just smelled them. I just saw them. And then I moved on. We reached the edge of the industrial district, where the city began to give way to the sprawling, unkempt suburbs. The sun finally broke over the horizon, a sudden, violent gold that set the windows of the distant skyscrapers on fire. For a second, the light was so intense I had to close my eyes. But even behind my eyelids, the world was red and pulsing. I could feel the warmth on my skin. I could hear the city waking up, a million doors opening, a million engines starting, a million voices beginning their daily song. I thought of the house, standing silent and perfect in its forest of gray trees. I thought of the curator, standing in his white gallery, surrounded by his beautiful, dead things. I felt a flicker of pity for him. He had everything, and yet he had nothing. He had the image, but he had lost the vibration. "Thomas," Alina called. She had stopped a few paces ahead of me. She was standing in the middle of a bridge, her hair caught in the morning wind. Behind her, the river was a churning ribbon of silver and brown, carrying the city's debris toward the sea. "I'm coming," I said. I ran to catch up with her. As I reached the center of the bridge, I took the piece of red chalk from my pocket. I looked at it for a moment, its surface dusty and worn. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I tossed it over the railing. It fell through the air, a tiny spark of red against the vast, shifting gray of the water. It hit the surface with a microscopic splash and was gone, swept away by the current, lost in the chaotic, unscripted flow of the world. I didn't wait to see where it went. I turned away from the railing and kept walking. The house was behind me. The gallery was behind me. The final light was behind me. Ahead there was only the day, unframed, unedited, and blindingly bright. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid to look. The bridge hummed beneath our boots, a rhythmic, metallic thrum that felt like the heartbeat of a giant. We didn't look back at the skyline where the warehouse stood, a hollow shell of brick and broken glass. I didn't need to see the wreckage to know it was there, and I didn't need to see the curator to know he was already cataloging the void I'd left behind. He would find the smashed prisms and the twisted copper, and he would probably find a way to call it a performance. He would see the violence of my departure as a final, curated act of defiance. But he would be wrong. It wasn't a performance. It was a funeral for a version of myself that had never truly been alive. Alina walked with a loose, easy stride that made me realize how much of my life I had spent tensing against the world. She didn't ask where we were going. and I didn't tell her, mostly because the map in my head had dissolved the moment I threw the chalk. We reached the far side of the bridge, where the industrial grit began to bleed into a neighborhood of narrow row houses and overgrown gardens. The air here smelled different, less like diesel and more like damp earth and wood smoke. It was the smell of people living in the cracks of the city, unobserved and unrefined. "You're shaking," Alina said softly. She didn't stop walking, but she tightened her grip on my hand. "I feel like I've been underwater for 10 years, I admitted. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, raspy and thin, stripped of the academic resonance I had cultivated in the galleries. "The air is too heavy. The colors are too loud." "That's just the blood coming back into your limbs," she said. "It hurts when the numbness ends. Don't try to make sense of it yet. Just breathe it in." We found a small diner on a corner, its neon sign flickering a tired, pale pink in the growing daylight. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of burnt coffee and griddled grease. A waitress with tired eyes and a name tag that read Mavis nodded at us, not caring that we looked like we'd crawled out of a demolition site. We sat in a vinyl booth that hissed as we sank into it. The tabletop was scarred with decades of cigarette burns and initials carved by pocket knives. I traced a finger over a deep gouge in the formica. In the house, this would have been a catastrophe, a blemish on the surface of reality. Here, it was just a mark of time. It was a record of a moment someone had spent waiting for a bus, or a lover, or a miracle. "He won't come here," I said, more to myself than to Alina. "He can't," she replied, staring into the dark depths of the coffee Mavis set before us. "The curator only exists where things are still. He's a creature of the archive, this place. It's too fluid for him. There's too much turnover, too many stories overlapping." I took a sip of the coffee. It was terrible, bitter, scorched, and thin. I loved it. It was the most honest thing I had tasted in a decade. It didn't taste like notes of chocolate and earth. It tasted like a Tuesday morning in a place that didn't care who I was. As we sat there, the world began to rush past the window. A school bus rumbled by, its yellow paint peeling in long strips. A man in a high-visibility vest leaned against a lamppost, checking his watch. A stray dog paused at the curb, its ears pricking at a sound I couldn't hear. I watched them all, and for the first time, I didn't feel the urge to reach for a lens. I didn't want to capture the man's weariness or the dog's alertness. I just wanted to be part of the same timeline they were in. "I used to think that if I didn't record it, it didn't happen," I whispered. "I thought the world was a series of missed opportunities if I wasn't there to witness them with a shutter." Alina smiled, a real, weary smile that reached her eyes. "That's the greatest vanity of all, Thomas. The idea that the world needs us to validate it. The light was changing for billions of years before we showed up, and it'll keep changing long after we're gone. The beauty isn't in the record. The beauty is in the passing." We stayed in the diner until the morning rush began to swell, then we slipped back out into the light. We caught a bus headed west, away from the harbor, away from the warehouses, away from the ghost of Thomas Vane. We sat in the back, watching the city transform. The glass and steel of the center gave way to brick, then to timber, then to the sprawling, messy greenery of the outskirts. The house that isn't empty was a memory now, a fever dream of white marble and velvet silence. I realized then that the house wasn't a place at all. It was a state of mind. It was the desire to be safe from the chaos of being alive. The curator wasn't a villain. He was a symptom. He was the part of us that wants to stop the clock, to freeze the sunset at its most beautiful moment, unaware that the beauty only exists because the sun is moving. By the time we reached the end of the line, the sun was high and fierce. We were in a small town tucked into the fold of some rolling hills, the kind of place where the main street was lined with hardware stores and dusty bookstores that didn't have websites. We walked until we reached a park that overlooked a wide, slow-moving creek. I sat down on the grass, feeling the blades prickle against my palms. It was unmanicured, full of clover and dandelions. Alina sat beside me, leaning her head on my shoulder. "Are you still an amateur?" she asked. I looked at the water, watching the way the sunlight shattered on the ripples, turning the creek into a chaotic mosaic of silver. I didn't try to find the pattern. I didn't try to see the wing in the light. "I'm less than that," I said. "I'm just a witness." I reached into my pocket and felt the absence of the red chalk. My fingers were still stained a faint, pinkish hue, but even that would wash away eventually. The skin would shed, the ink would fade, and the name Thomas Vane would become a footnote in a catalog that no one in this town would ever read. A group of children ran past us, their laughter bright and jagged, cutting through the heavy heat of the afternoon. One of them tripped, tumbled into the grass, and came up laughing harder, his knees stained green. I didn't look for the composition of his fall. I just felt the sudden, sharp joy of his survival. The afternoon stretched out, long and golden. We didn't talk about the future. We didn't talk about where we would sleep or how we would eat. Those were problems for a man who believed in tomorrow. Today, there was only the sensation of the wind on my face and the weight of Alina's hand in mine. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of bruised orange and dusty violet, I felt a familiar pull. The old instinct to find the angle, to frame the moment, to preserve the fading light. My heart hammered against my ribs, a momentary panic at the thought of letting this beauty escape. But then I looked at Alina. She was watching the sunset too. Her face was bathed in that dying light, every line and imperfection softened and celebrated by the glow. She wasn't an exhibit. She wasn't a muse. She was a woman, breathing the same air as me, aging in the same second as me. I let the moment go. I watched the orange turn to red, and the red turn to purple, and the purple turn to the deep velvet blue of evening. I watched it happen, and I didn't try to stop it. I didn't try to save it. The dark came, and it was total. There were no security lights here, no neon signs to bleed emerald and violet across the ceiling. There was only the vast, star-flecked canopy of the night and the rhythmic chirping of crickets in the tall grass. "It's gone," I whispered into the dark. "No," Alina said, her voice a warm breath against my neck. "It's just changing." I closed my eyes. In the silence, I could hear the world breathing. I could hear the creek moving over the stones, the wind whispering through the leaves, and the distant, muffled sound of a car driving away into the night. It was a symphony of the temporary, a masterpiece of the vanishing. I wasn't a ghost, I wasn't a builder, I wasn't an artist. I was just a man in a world that was full, overflowing with things that didn't need me to see them to be real. And as I drifted into a sleep that held no dreams of white marble or silver light, I knew that for the first time in my life, I was finally home. The house was empty, but the world was not, and that was more than enough.